apparently we're going live. Are we live? Going live. I'll do the thing now. I think we should do the thing now. I'm doing the thing.
Doing the thing.
Thing's being done. I'm recording myself at the same time. That's not right. I'm recording myself at the same time. That's not right. Now I've got like a fucking echo going on. Now I've got like a fucking echo going on. Now I've got like a fucking echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Now I've got like a fucking echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Now I've got like a fucking echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Now I've got like a fucking echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Now I've got like a fucking echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Just everybody don't say anything. It just makes it worse. Just everybody don't say anything. It just makes it worse. Just everybody don't say anything. It's fucking muted. Just everybody don't say anything. It's fucking muted. Just everybody don't say anything. Just turn off all everything. Just everybody just find out. Just turn off all everything. Just everybody just find out. Just turn off all everything. Just everybody just find out. Just turn off all everything. Just everybody just all everything. Just everybody just everything. Just everybody just.
I'll tell you one thing, I just flicked onto the, I'll tell you one thing, I just flicked onto the, it's amazing, you 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 just.
I don't even know what's doing it now. I actually don't even know what's doing it now.
I actually just unmuted it.
Do you know what it was? It was bloody Discord.
Right, I actually decided to unmute the video, and all you heard was Sean consistently saying, "I went to the unmuted YouTube. It's amazing."
Yeah,
I went to
and
the
it just
unmuted
keeps on going. I already unmuted. No, it was stuck in fucking Discord. I'm like closing down all of my web pages and stuff like that. I couldn't find it. Fucking Discord. Well, that was the intro. I hope you like that. We're back.
We're back.
Just after watching most of the planet descend into chaos and anarchy, it's nice to be back. How's everyone doing? Has anyone been hanging any black people recently? Now, okay, there's been rumors. Okay, just to quell a few rumors. Okay, there's been rumors that people have been saying about like 5 people being hung up by a tree. Black people hung up by a tree. That is not true. It's only 3, which is fine, according to Snopes. And they're kind of going, no. It's mostly true. It's like 3 out of 5 think still pretty bad, you know. But they're kind of going, that's going to go with mixed. You know, there's the truth, the false, and there's the mixed. And it's like, yeah, well, it looks like that Latino guy was a bit more suicidal, and we don't know what the other one's to do with. Okay, but still 3 people, but no? Okay. So yeah, they're going back to the whole lynching method. I think somebody said it best. Black people don't hang themselves from trees. And it's like, well, would you?
Well, there's always the Boogaloo Boys.
There is a lot of that going on.
They're nice.
What are they?
Well,
race warriors, saving the race from the other races.
Okay, that explains it.
They sort of drove past a protest and just shot at people.
Which is fine.
Freedom fighters.
They are fighting freedom at every corner.
But they only hit with 3 out of 5 bullets, so it was okay.
They only had 5 bullets?
Well, each.
I have been enjoying watching the police just walk by while certain people get beaten up by counter-protesters. And they're just like, yeah, it's alright, they're with us.
British police or American police?
American.
I've been looking at the equipment issued out to the American police. And all I'm thinking is, they've got better kit than the flaming British military.
Yeah, they have done for decades. They've been doing it for decades and decades, you know?
They've been giving out free APCs, you know. Here.
You argue amongst yourselves. I'm just going to smoke this.
when I was actually finally properly paying attention to this, I went to one of Cult of Dusty's videos, and he was referring to the police as a organized gang, essentially, or an authorized gang, if nothing else.
Well, yeah. Which I've lost track of which police force it was.
Minneapolis?
I really can't remember where they based. Well, there's the Blue Sickness, where they all phoned in sick to protest that police were getting victimized for killing and attacking people, which is strange. I mean, but it's just this whole. What do you mean he killed somebody? He beat. They stood on his neck for 8 minutes. He deserved it because he had committed a crime once.
Look, if you're genuinely opposed to kind of lionizing George Floyd purely because he was a criminal as well, I can somewhat understand that, but you can't equally approve of the method that was, of killing him.
Well, I'm sorry, but what was his name? I thought of a guy earlier this week when I you remember back in the days there was a British farmer who got jailed.
I actually don't, but go on.
Oh, he basically shot and killed 2 people who were breaking into his house.
Uh-huh.
Now, one of them, they said, okay, you were protecting your property.
Mm-hmm.
Your life could have been in danger. You were protecting George Martin, I think it was.
Okay.
The other one, however, you chased after him and shot him in the back.
That's a bit different.
Yeah, but if you read certain oily rags, as in the Sun, the Mail, oddly, those more of a kind of a right-wing persuasion, decided that it was his fault. It's not George Martin. It was, and therefore the justices have got it all wrong, and it's it's not right, and all. It was just grotesque.
What's grotesque now? What now? What's wrong now?
Something. He was making a comparison with a farmer who shot someone years ago.
I think it was George Martin or John Martin.
I do remember this case of this gentleman who basically shot a guy who was like jumping out of the window or something like that.
He was running away and he shot him in the back.
Well, he shouldn't have been robbing in mind,
Well, no, true. And well, there were 2 people involved. He shot one and was allowed. Yeah, okay. Well, you can have that one protecting you. You could argue your life was in danger because you shot him in the front. The second one was running away.
Yeah, that was vengeance, mate.
Yeah,
definitely revenge. That one.
What's interesting, though, to back on the whole American police thing, the Boston police. I mean, we all seen that video of those 2 officers that shoved a guy down, and those guys were initially suspended, and the entire Boston Police Department actually resigned in protest.
No, it was they only resigned from being emergency responders.
Oh, I didn't.
They weren't stupid. They're still serving police officers, so they still get paid.
Okay,
they don't get paid for beating people up.
Okay, but interestingly, the idea was obviously to try and force the authorities and say, "Oh, you need us more than that." But instead, the suspended officers were now charged with assault, so that didn't work.
I mean, I don't think Putin could have organised it better if he tried, really, could he?
No, I was talking with my other Doctor Who groups. I was talking to him yesterday, and the guy who hosts it, he's from Ohio, I think, and so he obviously knows more of America. And he actually said, "I don't think any president in the last 50 years has ever used the bunker before now."
No, that was funny.
Well, he managed to get his wall built, I suppose.
Yeah.
To me, it just shows how much of a coward Trump is.
What, you didn't know that before? I mean,
okay,
what, moral and physical.
Yeah.
But he's just an obvious typical bully. He acts tough, and then when he actually has people coming at him, he's not going to bother standing his ground.
Well, he's used to bullshitting his way through it all, you see. It's like just bluff and bluster.
As is Boris.
Yeah, exactly. This is their cure to everything. If they just bullshit their way through it, and somebody takes care of it round the back. Most of the time. It's been working his whole life, so this is why I was trying to sort of like nail this sentence down. A person whose idiocy has gone without consequence for so long, they've mistaken it for a talent. That's the crux of this, I feel, and I'm seeing a lot of these. It's success regardless. I think is probably the best way to describe it. Every ingredient is wrong. However, they've just got just enough money to keep them going. It's if their parents just gave them just a little less money, they'd be a complete disaster.
I was reading somewhere earlier today, actually, that conservative estimates of how much Trump received from his father is between $400 and $500 million.
And he always says, "I only got $1 million." It's like,
yeah.
only in the 80s, only $1 million in the 80s. Yes, that's sort of like that would set somebody up for life usually, but
he's that fantastically intelligent. He won't let people see his money, his college report. He's that rich.
I suspect his dentist has to fucking sign an NDA.
No dentures agreement.
He's got an NDA with his fucking niece that she's apparently broken with a tell-all book that he's going to sue her for.
Oh.
Well, he lost the one to what was the guy with the walrus moustache?
Bolton.
Bolton. Yes, he lost the one with Bolton this morning.
The rats at the moment are selling books on what it's like to be on a sinking ship. Yeah, he basically thinks that any conversation with him is a state secret. That is indeed correct, Rick. This is the state this man's in. He's basically he's going with the Nixon routine, the whole shebang. It's like he got impeached for this, dude. You can't just say you're legal because you're the president.
I was commenting this on another video, mostly with regards to Johnson, but it works for Trump as well. Here's where me and Johnson and Trump are similar. We're both of us, I'm selfish, I have difficulty with empathy. But here's where we differ. I'm aware I'm selfish, I'm aware I've difficulty with empathy, and I am aware I should not be in a significant position of power. Even the word promotion scares me.
You weren't born in New York, were you?
No.
Well, because you've got your hair isn't quite as bad as the other two. But they were both born in New York. Both have shitty hair. Both are overweight. Both can't keep the dick in their pants. Basically anybody from New York shouldn't be allowed in government. Any form of government.
Hey, at least Trump can actually count his children. He might not be able to name them, but he can count them. There is a difference.
Well, Boris probably gets confused. Does a child count if I've had it aborted?
So we just passed the 40,000 dead mark, which I thought was quite a decent figure for us.
I think that's the figure Thunderfoot predicted, actually.
Yeah, but you are correct, Rick. AOC is from New York, but she has nice hair, and she's not obese.
That's the tell. That's the big tell.
As far as I'm aware, she hasn't got multiple partners.
Well, you don't know that yet.
Well, I did caveat that.
Power, you know what it does to people. But yeah, it's quite nice seeing, Maggie's on a Zoom meet right now. So she's basically, there's a lot of people doing this on the weekends as well nowadays. They're basically doing what we've been doing for years, socially isolating and meeting once on the weekend online.
Now, Sean, I just got to clarify something. Are you opposing polyamorous relationships?
No. As long as it all involves willing partners.
Ah.
As opposed to anything else is just gang rape, dude.
Yeah, but Sean's words were, does she have multiple partners? didn't say anything about rape.
Yeah, Sean.
Damn.
You've been caught out.
I didn't allow for rapists.
Down with the patriarchy.
I am so flaming sorry. I mean, rape no, gangbang fine. This is what we're saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
the open house would like to endorse gangbanging, but not rape. Thank you for your
I'm glad we
consideration.
got that all cleared up.
I did like talking
Although-
of Bolton, by the way. I did like how David Packman handled it by basically saying John Bolton is a traitor. Yep, that's the better way to describe him. He is in fact a traitor. Yes. Any of this sort of information should have been that it was his job to blow said whistle on this sort of shit as the national security advisor, who is now telling us in his tell-all book that national security may have been breached here. And we're sitting there kind of going, your job, mate. That was your job. And you didn't do it. And now you're writing a book about what you didn't do.
I actually agreed with that statement. I just was incredulous that the man who just basically said, yeah, I mean, well, they let him get away with it. The whole of the GOP are quite complicit in this, that every witness was gagged. The few that turned up and said, no, sorry, it's our job. We have to report this and go out and go on the stand. None of them are left in the White House.
This is why. Everyone's sitting there kind of going, oh yeah, Trump's from making our numbers go down. I go, no. You're making your numbers go down. They didn't go down before. I was saying this earlier. If you don't impeach this guy, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, they're going to come for you in the Senate. Well, now they're coming for you in the Senate. That was expected. It was obvious. So, yeah, you can say Trump is knocking your numbers down, guys, but it's the fact that you're acquiescing to the guy means that you're out. Tough.
Yes, apparently Trump is very keen on the idea of remaining president even past the second term. So much he contacted Xi Jinping to ask about how he got to do it.
Well, from what I understand, he was just looking to get him to help him out with a few deals that would make him look good to the population for a bit in order to get himself through on a second term.
Mm.
Not necessarily doing all of that lot.
Yeah. Right.
So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, Bolton saying what he's saying. I mean, how much can we say that is strictly true? And how much can we say is absolutely true?
I wouldn't pass it Trump if he does lose the election in November to simply say it's rigged and I'm not leaving.
Yeah,
I'm expecting that.
That doesn't work, though.
I know. Technically it doesn't. But he's...
Well, not since the military turned around and went, no, mate, we're not your military.
This is true. I loved that part.
It's like, I'm sure you love the military, sir, but we love you, and we love you too. Just not that much. You know. I know you were obviously very upset with the whole thing of Gaddafi going down, but there's no need to sort of reinvent a new one here, thanks. So yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of people, have, you know, I think a lot of people have got a rather romantic idea about this guy. And I'm talking about the ones opposed to him. They kind of want him to. They'd kind of want him to. You know?
Well, the question really is, what's going to happen? Who's going to get and arrest him first?
Yes.
Yeah. Normally, the president, once he has that handover period where he's no longer president, and he's not even going to get to the rally for the next, whoever takes the place of the next president. He's literally going to lose the election one day, and Southern District, New York, are waiting for him. That's why the bloke from there, they basically announced last night that he was standing down, and he turned around and went, "No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. You're not firing me."
So the president said, "Right, you're sacked." Sorry, you can't sack me.
Yeah, fuck off. Go and
There's
get me
so many
somebody in
cases.
authority.
I'm just looking at the list now. There's the Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas. There's the Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew, Deutsche Bank, Turkey, the inauguration, and Russia. That's 6 different things. That's just that the Southern District are looking at him for. That people would know about. How many more that they don't know that haven't been released to the public? It's just.
I think maybe he's hoping that the idea of having a sitting president or ex-president arrested and jailed and stuff like that might be too much for the American public to take as like a disgrace to the office of the presidency. But I don't think I don't think anyone cares now. I think everyone's interested in actually you need this. I think some examples need to be set. Nobody's in the mood to sort of like, softball this one.
As far as who's going to win the next election, I mean, I think a lot of us may have thought it would be Trump, but I have heard one guess about the idea that back then in the 2016 one, Trump was going on a campaign of, I'm going to shake the system, everything's going to change, and people were eager to change. But right now, everything's in such disarray, people kind of want calm and steady.
This wasn't change, though. This is just the same as before. It's exactly the same Republican Party as you've seen before, just faster. That's the only difference I've noticed. They're just doing it as quickly as they can, because I don't think they ever thought that they'd last 4 years. Never mind 8. They hit the ground running with Trump. While he's taking all of that flack and blame, they've been trying to get as many fucking high court judges through as possible, county judges, the whole works. So everybody else is concentrating on him, and they're basically just going through local government to try and get themselves sort of propped up for the long process of not being federal government for quite some time. They're going to be turning into the incredibly important states' rights suddenly, again.
Yes.
Those are the only places they're going to be able to even survive at this point, if then, because people are going from there as well.
Still amazed anyone takes Trump seriously, just because weirdly the one thing that just makes me not take Trump very seriously, it's the tiniest of things, but it's just the hand gestures he makes in every speech, constant doing this all the time, and his fingers like this. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, the latest thing I've seen put forward, and what's it called? Syphilis on the brain. I forgot.
Syphilis on the brain. Syphilis on the brain.
No, that's what it's encephalitis, or I can't remember the full technical word.
I mean, but isn't this something that like kings and queens used to have like centuries ago?
Well, syphilis it's quite a common
on the brain.
You can get it anywhere. I mean, the normal place you expect it is in the genitalia, but you do. I'm gonna have to look up what the proper bloody name of it is now.
Is what you're going with. Why brain syphilis of all things? Why not dementia? What's wrong with dementia? Maybe he's just too much fat. High salt diet. What's wrong with this?
Because of what syphilis on the brain affects. It affects your verbal coordination, can cause paralysis. It's called neurosyphilis. There you go.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm getting poured beer here by my
better half.
You are listening to a podcast about syphilis on the brain.
Cheers, everyone. Frothy.
Rick's asking if you got banned from Twitter again.
Yeah. I got suspended by a bunch of free speech warriors who have also been banned from Twitter. Twitter, of course, just relying on automation at this point. Has obviously let me know that those people have been banned for using multiple accounts to fuck me over. they just forgot the whole, oh, should we undo the damage thing? Yeah, they're just like, apparently I'm making somebody contemplate suicide by calling them a simp. I shit you not.
Wow. What on earth is a simp?
Just a freak for a pretty face.
Oh.
Really?
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. It's Twitter's pretty much in free fall at this point because there literally are no mods at the fucking wheel right now.
Well, that was always going to be...
They found enough to get rid of Katie Hopkins. I mean, it's not all bad.
Well, if you can imagine,
swings and roundabouts, mate.
Yeah, well, that's because people are mass reporting her probably, and she's just not getting her account back.
I think she called everybody a cockwomble. First of all,
that's
they
it. For all the other shit that she's fucking said and done, and she's getting done for cockwomble. Well, that you know what? Yeah, fair enough. I should have got suspended because I called somebody mean names.
No, that was her last tweet because basically there was a petition form to get rid of her, and it got close on 1 million signatures, and they sent the fucking hell, I forgot what it's called. I've just said the damn word. No, petition. They sent a petition to Twitter, and Twitter went, well, she obviously got wind of it and basically says, you're a bunch of cockwombles, look out, yeah, I've got 1 million subscribers, and they went, fuck
Not
off.
anymore, you
Well, then somebody started off the, basically, I'm Spartacus routine, which was, basically, I'm Katie Hopkins, thinking that'll start a good movement. So he got banned as well. Then even better. Then Katie decides what I really should do is open a new account. It's Katie Hopkins. See, I'm back. That lasted didn't actually. That lasted about 20 minutes.
Oh my god!
So she opened another account. I'll give you a clue what happened to that one.
It remained.
No.
Oh.
Katie Hopkins be a Remainer? Never.
Oh my god! Ow! I just poked myself in the eye.
Yeah, deplatforming only makes her stronger. I've got 2 words to say to that. Milo Yiannopoulos. I mean, she can go to Gab if she wishes. Would anybody want to go to Gab?
I don't know. I mean, I can't remember which one of you just said it, but the whole thing about how there are pretty much no mods at the helm of Twitter. And I'm thinking, well, that's what happens when you have a website that's pretty much become bigger than it was intended to be.
Well,
what does that even mean, though, Booker? It's like, if it becomes bigger, then it has more capacity.
Well, yeah, but I'm just thinking in terms of communication. I mean, back before Twitter and stuff like that, everyone pretty much communicated through forums more than anything else, where it was a significantly smaller number of people, but you have the mods to deal with situations. And now you got Twitter. I don't think Jack Dorsey ever intended Twitter to become as big as it is.
I bet he doesn't regret it.
Oh no, of course not.
He wakes up every morning in his £1 billion house, gets his butler to look at his bank account, and thinks, bloody hell, Twitter, if only I hadn't made it so big.
I mean, it's my mate who's having a COVID birthday. My mate, who's her boyfriend, has just got COVID. So they're just starting their COVID adventure after 6 months of... This is just how they do it, you know? We've got to do all this stuff. Everyone's sitting there, and I'd like to... both the left and the right need to shut the fuck up. First of all, lefties, Boris did not say to just let this sweep across the country. That is wrong. Righties, no, he wasn't cautious. How can these two things marry? Because he was a balance of, oh, maybe we should have a lockdown, and maybe we should sweep the country down. Let it sweep across the country. Waited 3 weeks, and then decided to do it. that sort of faffing around has cost probably about 20,000 lives. And you need to be reminded of this for the rest of yours.
Well, if on people on the really extreme left, if you look at the right people, apparently, Gamergate is responsible for the coronavirus.
Whatever. I don't really care about those people.
I know.
Because they're of no consequence and never were, Bakura.
I know.
I know. Gatekeeping in computer games is one thing, mate, and then there's spreading, disinterest into the world to the point of actually becoming dangerous. Yeah, it's one thing, and then there's another. So that's where we're at right now. So, Rick, if you want to come on, I don't know how we share the stream now, do we? Really, it's like a Google Meet type deal now.
Yes.
Hang on.
Watch the sunset?
I was thinking,
I'm just trying to think if Rick DMs me.
I've got a 30, so
you can control the people coming into properly coming into the meet, right?
Say again.
You can control the people properly coming into the meet, right?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
So could you just put the link in the description?
Could do, yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you do that? Make it easier on me. I can't be bothered. I'm just going to go and smoke this. 1 second.
Well,
You chat amongst yourselves. It's your show, not mine.
If DM me and I'll send you a link on Twitter. I'm saying that because I can't find you in.
Oh, noise in the background. Hey, party going on in the background. Am I the only one here?
No. I'm just trying to find Rick in.
He's saying
Twitter.
1 minute. He's saying 1 minute.
As long as he can't. As long as it's not just me.
So, Robin gone. Doctor Who.
Did you? Yeah, there was.
Oh God. Didn't actually. Go on. Sorry.
Jodie and
David Tennant.
Yes.
I am aware they were on James Corden. Yes.
And David Tennant. There we go. Link sent. David Tennant unequivocally ripped the shit out of Boris.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, I've got to see him now.
Well, it's basically he's saying, it's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. Why the heck are we forking out 900,000 on a paint job for an aeroplane while kids are starving?
Yes, I heard about that recently.
I did suggest a paint job for the aeroplane, which was basically blue wings, white body, and a big fuck-off red nose.
Rick, speak. Deny entry or admit? We'll go with admit for now. Let's see what happens.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello, Rick.
How is everybody?
Oh yeah, I've got my little message down the bottom here saying all kinds of stuff that doesn't make any sense right now, doesn't it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that whole sort of talk to me on Twitter business, guys, but maybe I should do more, I should say more on the actual YouTube site, because you can actually do sort of social media messaging there.
Yeah.
Like if you, when you do a video, people comment under the video.
Oh, yeah.
You can sort of tweet, if you will. If you get me.
Is it just me, or is Rick looking like an educated Kevin Logan?
That's really horrible.
That hurts, man. That hurts.
That's really, really horrible. And I mean, I've seen pictures of you, mate, so,
I don't claim to be any Adonis.
My God.
Either Lord or Greek. Yeah.
It's when he forgot his pyjama bottoms on, that was the shocker.
Oh,
fucking hell. I thought I was looking at his face for the first bit.
Oh, wait, which one are you talking about right now? Which one are you talking about right now?
And then his nose winked at me.
Again, which one are you talking about right now?
And I've got a fucking big nose.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah. I have that mental image forever. I have to share. It's the only way to get rid of it. I've got to scrape it off and slap it on someone else.
Oh, don't.
And Rick, you were the only one commenting in the comment section, so no one's here to comment about those comments for Robin, just me.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
And they can watch it back later on YouTube.
Not that.
Do people watch this back?
I don't think.
I have a steady following of a few hundred people who are probably kind of going, oh yeah, the open house is back. If you are out there, hi. Sorry about this. Last few weeks, I've been sort of busy doing this, busy doing that. All kinds of weirdness. It's been a mess.
Helping to tear down statues of slave owners.
No, I haven't really been doing much in that sort of I've been trying to write a video game tune. I haven't written any video game tunes in like the better part of a decade as well. And I can't say that much, but let's say he wanted. I went arcade when he really wanted Master System. If you see what I mean. Okay, 16-bit realm is a bit of a weird one because the sound systems within 16-bit computer systems, some of them were actually reasonably good and some of them were bloody awful. Master System was fucking awful. Master System's got like 3 fucking channels available to it. 3.5 really. It'll give you 4, but you can't use like 2 at the same time. I'm sitting there kind of going, what's the point? What's the point of you? You know? Just like you have 2 fucking channels fighting over the sound. Just like, but why? But yeah, no. Awful sound system, and I was just trying to adapt it into that sort of realm, and it just sounds bloody awful. I just can't do it. I'm trying. I'm really trying, mate. I am. Maybe I'll lie. I'll lie and cheat, and I know I can't. He'll know. We have aliasing issues. That's what it is. This is aliasing. I'm a round peg, and he's trying to squeeze me into a really tight square hole.
Why not lie and cheat? That gets you to become prime minister.
Oh, president.
Yeah, but I'm somebody who writes games music where you've got probably about 8 channels, 4 to 8 channels of of sound I can deal with, but like three like itty bitty chippy music channels with something that sort of approaches beats on one of them. If you don't use one of them, if you want to fucking do 3 channels at the same time, like a chord.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't bother with any beats. So the only way to do chords in that is obviously doing sort of the sort of like this really high pitched arpeggio. If you know what arpeggio is, it's a ba 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 ba. Now imagine that just going so fast that it sort of like molds into sort of like a blur of semitones. It would approach something of a chord, and people would use it that way. This is all just when I was in the fucking womb when this shit was happening, and I hated it then. Oh, so yeah, I've tried. I've made attempts already. He's like kind of going, "Are you sure, mate?" And I go, "Right, well, you did pay, so." But he's got a mate who knows how to do this sort of thing better than I. So he's kind of going, "I'll still pay you, but if you want to crack, yeah." I'm sitting there kind of going, "Yeah, maybe just hand it off." It's just not my game. It's just not my. I can't. It's like. I was sort of like when you could actually have the sound that you wanted. That's when I was enjoying making music in games. If you wanted a sound, you'd make the sound. You create the sound, then you can use the sound. That made sense to me. But then they just had these little blippy noises. And it's like, there's no polyphony, there's nothing. There's no texture to this shit. I mean, why? Why even bother?
Oh.
That was the pinnacle. That's the only fucking one that did any good with it, and that's it. They're all awful.
I managed to hit the wrong button again.
Well, stop doing that then.
New to the platform.
Noob. It's so difficult to tell the difference between a microphone symbol and a leave the conversation symbol.
Is that the leave the conversation one the red phone?
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that. I thought that was just that. Never. Wait, of course that makes sense. What the fuck am I thinking? I've just been I've just been putting my window out.
The
all
universal button for hang up. Yeah. Easily confused. Easily confused with the universal symbol for microphone.
I don't feel so bad now. I'm just nipping off 2 secs.
He's nipping off.
This is the state. This is why they've got to go early. Because otherwise, everybody else in our age group are going to just spend the rest of our lives basically just increasing our blood pressure trying to teach old people how to use Skype. You know? We're wasting time on these people.
Are you suggesting we should kill all the people?
No, what we need to do is we need to stop teaching old people how to keep up. They're ruining the economy.
Or conversely, we should just stop progressing in technology.
I remember,
let's not do that.
I remember having my mum explain to me how to get a train ticket. And I'm like 42 here.
What?
And she's explaining to me that I've got to like buy it off the ticket office, and then you got to go down to the ticket place where the man is, and you get the ticket from him and show him your credit card. And I'm just like, I'm literally just ordering my fucking ticket online, kind of going, mum. Just having it so it gives me a QR fucking code. So I can just have it on my phone and just show it to the machine when I get there. And it's like, yeah, I'll go down there. I will. I promise. I will. Honestly. No, you're not wasting my time.
No, I totally haven't already bought the ticket here.
To be fair, this isn't an age thing. I struggle with technology all the time. Fucking hate it.
I don't, but I find it a really useful excuse. If I cock something up and say, sorry, I'm in my late 50s, you know.
Yeah, but that's because you were born in the age before computers, so...
He wasn't.
I wasn't.
What the fuck are you people talking about?
Mate, I don't want to sound funny, but I mean...
I hate it when old people start talking about touchscreens. Like, shut the fuck up. It was around in the 80s. Shut up. You know exactly what you're fucking doing. You're just lying here. No, you're just trying to get attention.
The difference engine, which is considered one of the first computers done by Babbage, that's quite old. You know, I mean, I did have access to a computer when I was at school.
Because they were still as large as houses back then.
Well,
no, large rooms, actually. Just large, very hot rooms.
I mean, if you think about it, Colossus, which was the thing that they used for decoding Enigma in the Ultra systems, that was, early 40s?
But didn't they hack that in order to get it to work? Because it was the Heil Hitler thing, wasn't it?
It was.
The Heil Hitler thing was a hack. Because in order they could work out how to find out the Enigma numbers eventually, but it would take so long as to actually get the numbers to put into the machine in order to actually decipher the thing, that they'd never actually get there. So they concentrated on the beginning and at the end, because they were almost guaranteed to have something that said Heil Hitler.
Yeah. Sorry, I was actually only half paying attention. Now I realise you're talking about the Enigma code. Yes. And Alan Turing's machine, that was it.
Yeah.
Well,
so the machine wasn't good enough. Let's say that.
The fact that
that's the first one. Colossus was designed by basically what was a forerunner of the BT. He was a telephone engineer, and he realised that how it was basically it was a similar pulse to what happens when you dial the phone. When you won't remember the old dial. Literally a dial on a phone. Yeah,
I've got an emulator that can do Master System sounds, and that can make that fucking noise.
My grandmother had
Pretty
one of
much
those.
by accident.
We used to have one of those.
I had them. Obviously,
And I'm pretty sure they're featured in Doctor Who at some point.
Do you know 999 was a really 999 was a really bad idea. That was creating the numbers
emergency channel.
No, well, if you imagine back in the days for telephones, they had a little sort of dial.
Yeah,
and so in order to get actually
we had
999, the number 9, that every time that dial goes by, it makes a little tick noise. So in order to get the dial of 999, you've got to roll the thing back all the way up to the 9 and let it tick, 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 tick down, and then get another 9 in there. Tick, 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 tick down, and then another 9 in there while you're being bludgeoned to death behind you, It's like you'd think 111, for emergencies. You know what I mean?
Question, is it still 999 in the UK?
Yeah, but now because it's tones, it's fine.
Yeah, but I just thought the rest of the EU made it standard for it to be 112.
Yeah, but 112 is right. The 112 system is brilliant because it works on mobile phones, and it overrides. It doesn't matter what network you're on. If you're on a mobile phone, you dial 112. It overrides to any single phone mast from any company, and they can triangulate your position to within 10. I think it's between 5 and 10 meters. That's what's so good about 112, and 112 does work in the UK. No, don't try it, please.
We just won't bother using it.
I was just going to say my one. It just has an emergency call button, even if you locked out.
I know in the US it's actually a law that if you're in a store and basically steal a phone in the store, and as long as it has a charge battery, not even a PIN card or something in it, it needs to be able to call 911.
Yes, in fact, in America, there are more calls to 911 during Christmas than any other time because everyone's getting a mobile phone, but at Christmas, but there's no SIM card, but they want to check it's working, so they're always calling 911.
Yeah.
Because why not?
UI.
It is an emergency after all.
Incidentally, Brick, yes, 999 is still the emergency number, but we also have a non-emergency number, which is 111.
Oh, okay.
That came in about 10 years ago or something.
Which is sort of hilarious because the opposite should have been true.
Yeah. Thing is, Rick, you say that's weird, but when you have people phoning in and asking what day it is, I think you kind of need a 111 service.
No, you just need people
but
who are not.
If you're that stupid to ring up the police over working out what time of day it is or whatever, really, are you going to know whether it's an emergency or not?
Well, let's be honest. It was used when they ran out of chicken at KFC.
Actually, my brother-in-law, now brother-in-law, he used to work for the police and he did take the calls. And one day I actually gave him a lightsaber for Christmas. And
in between standardized scales, who needs them?
like Rick said, we weren't talking.
There we go. We're up again.
I think so. Yeah, kind of.
To be fair, yeah,
sorta.
I've got it. I can see.
I'm not 100% myself.
Oh yeah, so we are.
I mean, to be fair, Mel did, at least publish the person's PayPal details.
Yeah, well, no, because I felt guilty that, like, I'd just been like a Star Trek snob and done the whole, well, actually, the thing about warp. and so I was like, you know what? So I donated and I also put up their fundraiser, and, like, they've not accepted my apology, but nor do I expect them to, because I kind of made an ass of myself. So, Doctor Who.
But that's the difference. You actually turned around and said, I'm sorry about this. Whereas most people wouldn't.
See, that was your big mistake.
Robin,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the open house on YouTube, and there's this lady that seems to have stolen your channel name, and she looks around fancy houses, and it's called Open House.
Is it? Is it? Are they trying to winkle me out?
Well, they've got 160k subscribers, so I think we've
Fuckers.
already winked
I
you
was
out.
fucking here first. I
Sorry,
was fucking
mate.
here first.
Yeah. Anyway, like Rick was saying earlier,
This
no,
is
we
my
weren't talking
land.
about Doctor. We weren't talking about Doctor Who. We were talking about MASH, actually.
Oh my god, this is what's wrong with America.
What, MASH?
No, Maggie's just brought home a bag of Cheetos. Okay.
Okay.
And it's got like a handle for you to carry it. It's
Oh, that's perfect. I love that.
it's a bag of
Oh, I
crisps.
see.
Talking about what's wrong with America. That's what's right with America.
It's got a. It's got. You could literally put it. You could use this bag of crisps as a backpack with this thing. That's insane. Yeah, it's just a massive handle. It's like you could literally, you could put it over your arm, and sort of like, that's how big
Well,
these things
perfect.
are.
It's
as
a
well.
backpack and crisps in one. It's just. I don't know what you're complaining about, Robin.
Can you put a picture of this in the chat or whatever?
No,
All right.
I'm essentially lazy. You know that.
Oh,
So wait, so how is open house supposed to work with lockdown? Like, what's
Well-
the imaginary hypothetical now?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Really. I mean, it is a show dedicated to people who are permanently self-isolating, and meet up
with the fantasy of-
once a week. And the thing is with that is that's what everyone's doing that now through Zoom. So
yeah, but is John on furlough? That's what I want to know. Were you
well,
nice?
John's
Were you nice,
John's
Robin?
dead, isn't he? John's dead, isn't he?
yeah.
Oh no. Was this before COVID or?
No, he died of COVID.
Oh. Well,
it
who's replacing him?
it swept through him in the first week.
Well, who's replacing him then? Who's gonna replace John?
I thought we were going to resurrect him at some point.
Okay, I'm up for that.
Apparently, what we're going to do is we're going to wait until everyone is really desperate, and then we're going to allow the immigrants back in to take the job.
Ooh.
So we'll be served drinks by Jose or
Well, what about your Brazilian friends from a couple of weeks ago?
Our Brazilian friends. Lacking comedy timing, let's say that.
Well, it was funny for everybody else, as you tried very politely to say "fuck off."
Well, no, I was trying to explain to them that this wasn't funny, and I did go through why. Hey, we troll you. What's the troll bit? Eh?
Oh, those guys.
how many people we got watching? 6 people. How many of that is just us?
Yes, but they restream it to other people, and there's hundreds of thousands watching.
Of course.
Yeah.
My account works in millions.
They actually do. I've got stalkers who literally are fucking archiving this, I swear to you.
Well, you've got like reply people as well, so I guess that's like, hello to you if you're doing that right now. Like, who was that enemy that you made like a while back?
Narrow it down.
Yes, everyone gets out the list.
King of Pole.
No, it was the one that like hung around like kids' play areas or something.
Once again, narrow it down.
Oh, no, I know. V.
Oh,
Was it V?
Wasn't it V? The
good old
the
days.
was it the paedophile from Prague or something
V,
like that?
yes,
Yeah,
V.
I think
I
it
like
was
my
that.
kiddie porn drawn Monroe. Yes,
Yeah,
wonderful fella.
He isn't from Czechia, by the way, but he's from Romania or something.
Romania, thank you. Yeah, all right.
Can you? Yeah.
Bloody Balkans coming over
Apparently, he's
here
a
to do it.
doctor.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
No,
So
no, dude, anyway.
he's a
He's not a
doctor.
paediatrician, is he?
Yeah, he's a doctor that likes child porn, cartoon child porn. What could go wrong?
So he,
Anyway, what were we talking about with Doctor Who?
We weren't talking about Doctor Who.
I would like to talk about Doctor Who as my second glass of wine.
Casually mentioned that he'd been.
You are dangerously on the wrong show, then.
Jodie and what's his name were on a.
Tennant.
Thank you. Jodie and Tennant were on a James Corbyn show.
Oh, is that it?
And basically, David Tennant took it as an opportunity to rip the shit out of Boris.
I'm actually glad that ended there, because I thought you were about to say that he ripped the new Doctor Who a new one, and it's like, okay, kind of badass, but in bad taste, David.
What, he's sharing a stream with her.
Like he waited for the most opportune time to just absolutely.
Right, Jodie, now I've got you here.
Let me talk about chips, yeah.
Yeah. Subsequently, we were talking before we even went live about Gone with the Wind and stuff like that, and all kinds of problematic
so many
stuff.
people are talking about Gone with the Wind. I have it on VHS. I fell asleep. I was so bored.
I was trying to say, I mean, this is going on quite a bit now. You have things like the Mighty Boosh and Baldy Towers getting rid of some of that. And I keep thinking, oh, you know, actually in the Doctor Who community, per se, a lot of younger Doctor Who fans are now discovering the older stuff and realizing a very famous episode called The Talons of Weng Chiang, which throughout contains a guy in yellowface.
Maybe it's for the best that most of the old episodes are kind of lost to the sands of time. Then I don't know.
Well, nonetheless, a lot of the younger people are saying, "Oh, ban this episode." You can't fucking do that. You can only highlight that it has things that were not really. I
mean, they did that. They did do that with what's it called? Song of the South. Like, to keep it in circulation, basically, they just put a thing at the beginning saying, "We're sorry. We're so sorry. It was a product of its time. We thought it was cool back then, but we've later learned maybe not so much."
I think that's a terrible excuse, and it's just going to make the right wing upset. The best thing to do is to say, "We understand the right to free speech, freedom of assembly, blah 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 blah," but this really annoys the right. So we're doing
ever.
That is our only motivation. We are fully for free speech and everything like that, but this just really annoys them.
There is actually a genuine question of how to use it, because I think there was a sitcom, I think it was called Love Thy Neighbor or whatever, where the main character was an absolute racist. But all I look at, he's using racist language, but I don't think it's portraying him as a good guy.
Oh, well, no, that's the thing. You take examples like Archie Bunker and All in the Family and stuff, or even a contemporary show like Always Sunny. They have gotten away with so much stuff. Like in Always Sunny, there's blackface, there's all sorts of stuff in there. But the thing is, they're not like the joke isn't at the expense of the minorities. It's at the expense of these characters, because these characters are just like greedy, selfish.
Yeah, if somebody turns up and looks at Alf Garnett, if somebody looks at Alf Garnett, for example, and sort of said, "Yeah, why are you letting that racist on?" It's like kind of going, "Oh my god, you were the ones that wrote to him as a fan, didn't you?"
Yeah, but you wouldn't have Love Thy Neighbor on now because of the racist language. But all I'm thinking is, let it. It's actually quite funny.
But like
one episode, but still,
it was literally a Jewish guy.
But like
talking about anti-Semitic tropes. It was supposed to be sarcastic, but because he played it so well, he was getting fan mail.
A perfect example of this, though, is Graham Linehan, and I recently listened to a recent interview with him and stuff, basically sort of saying, "Why can't I make fun of trans gay people? It used to be loud. Comedy's not what it used to be." And it's like, well, I mean, like the whole internet is laughing at you, so clearly there is comedy to be found in the modern day.
You are now the butt of that joke, sir. Laugh with us, please.
So I don't know. Like, it's these comedians that really think that comedy's dead. It's like, no, you just can't be like as lazy as you were in the past. Just, I don't know. Comedy changes.
It's just still an argument.
It's also not that people don't want those jokes. It's just, if you make them, be prepared to get criticism. And that's what they don't want.
Well, it is equally. It's more a thing of words. Words can be bad, but it really depends how you use them.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, there was actually I forget her name, but she was talking about Little Britain, and there's some sketches in there that are really kind of very questionable nowadays, even though it was a fairly recent show. But for example, you did actually have these racist kind of old ladies. And the recurring joke was like, if they found out that it was made by someone that wasn't white, they would start throwing because. And like she liked that because again, it's about who the target of the joke is. Like if I don't know, I think people are fine with you making fun of racists and using blackface or any of those other tropes.
And that's
to do
just
that,
so
you know?
discriminatory.
I know.
It is interesting because initially
Won't somebody
David
think
Williams,
of the racists?
initially David Williams and Matt Lucas was being were having criticism because of the blackface. And David Williams initially went on a bit on the defensive. He was saying how a lot of comedians were doing that back then. And the thing is, yeah, they were. That's kind of shocking.
It's kind of the issue.
My favourite argument that some people were saying with Gone with the Wind, of course, is that it was the first black person to ever get an Oscar. And I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, she must have loved that after, of course, returning to her segregated table. No, a little further back, darling. Keep going. Into the shadows. Don't smile
While
when we
you're
see
there,
you.
can you just go and get me some more chicken, please?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I'm sure it wasn't tainted at all. By her getting the first black Oscar given to somebody who had to play a slave in a film that made the South look like they were the fucking good guys. The slavers.
Also, I didn't realize that Birth of a Nation was real. I thought it was I thought it was like a figurative kind of like thing. I didn't realize that this movie actually existed.
Oh yes,
I'm torturing myself. It's like, do I watch this? Do I give it any more? But like, I feel like I need to just to see how like crazy it is.
I kind of want to see it, and the closest clips I've seen of it is in the film Black Klansman, where segments of it are featured.
Well, it's like wait, like the movie is just there's black people everywhere, white people to the rescue. That's like the whole friggin' concept of the movie, right?
That's as far as I know.
Oh my god! Well, I suppose back in the day they probably thought it was a good idea, but like if you submit that to like a movie studio,
it wasn't so much that a controrative they thought it was a good idea. The actual director of it, he grew up in the South, and he did grow up with an attitude for the KKK were the good guys. So that's why he writes the KKK as the good guys.
Yeah, Gone with the Wind was written by Southern Belle. This is their little fantasy land that they've got to keep up. Otherwise, they've got to face the fact that their grandpappy, basically,
But again, I didn't see anything wrong with Gone with the Wind because I fell asleep after about 20 minutes because I got bored. So.
Well, there's you. Aren't you an interested ally?
No, but
do you know what that was? White privilege.
No. I was bored because there was this whiny white
Black
woman.
people have to watch that every single day.
I'll just
At 4-hour intervals.
Put it
without
this
a break. Not even ice cream.
Quite frankly, Mel, you just didn't give a damn.
Yeah. Get him out of it, please.
I'll get my white privilege.
Get him out. Get him out.
Jack Jones will.
This is why people bring guns into clubs.
White Fragility. There's actually a book called White Fragility, and it's I've not read it, but I've read comments from a whole review from someone who liked it, and the whole thing seems to come across as if you're white, then you're naturally racist and you don't know it.
Yeah,
Sega.
but I mean, to a certain extent. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like at times, I think so. Like maybe I've like. Okay, so it's difficult with like comic strips, for example, because like, and even the Japanese do this, where your characters are white because then it's just like outlines and stuff, and I mean, it is difficult, but it's not unheard of that you can like implement. Like Schultz definitely did, and that was actually because they
No,
basically.
You're talking to a guy who loves anime and manga. Like, it's the reason that manga is pretty much white is because, well, it's all pretty much black, white, and gray in there.
Well, yeah, but like I don't know. It's
Japan is also mega racist.
yeah, so probably yeah.
I'm not saying those comics or anime, whatever you want to call it, is racist, but Japan is mega fucking racist.
Well, it wouldn't be racist to white people per se because it's 98% Asian, mate. Well, Japanese.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not racist towards white people. I'm just saying Japan is mega racist.
I think it probably depends where you go. Most of the major cities aren't that bad. Most of them actually speak English and are quite happy to actually say it because it's just pitiful. Otherwise, obviously waiting for a Caucasian to actually attempt Japanese, they might as well. This is just easier if I just learn your language, isn't it? Really. So
I mean,
you mean like you trying to learn Dutch?
No. An English person trying to learn any other language than English. We struggle with our own, mate. Have you seen them? Have you seen our British boys?
Yeah, it is kind of. I mean, when I went there, we were talking to some. We were visiting lots of landmarks. Me and my dad went to reception, and the guy did talk to us in English. Then there's one moment where he says, "Kochira onegaishimasu," and I'm starting moving, and I suddenly had to tell my dad because he was actually directing. He was moving his hand like that, and I suddenly had to tell my dad, he said, "This way, please." I thought surely a hand gesture was enough, but no. You have to get me to translate for him.
But I mean, it is. I think it is easy when you're like a white content creator to phrase something in a way that so like can come off like the wrong way. Like I know I'm just thinking about this one strip where it was during the Arthur cartoon gay wedding thing.
Yeah.
Where I think what was it was like a rabbit that was marrying like a guy rabbit was marrying the teacher who was a guy rat and stuff, and everyone was getting up in like this tizzy about it being a gay marriage. And it's like, you're not like more concerned about the fact that these are two different species marrying. So
I know, yeah.
Well, okay, so I made a comic like that I thought was like, it would just kind of represent that. And so basically I've got my two sort of lesbian lovebirds. They're literal lovebirds. One's a duck and one's a bluebird, I think. And basically they were saying that there was a guy that said that they were an abomination, and one of them says, "Oh, because we're gay. Because we're different species," and the other one said, "No, because we're gay." And I thought that was fine until a couple of like my
dog fucking. Fine.
Well,
but dog fucking a dog of the same. Like, if you're male and a male dog, well, that would be just wrong.
Well, okay, but the thing is, though, whenever you write about, but whenever you, but whenever you write anthropomorphic animals and stuff, there is a big thing about different species being different races, like Zootopia and like other established works and stuff.
There is that analog, isn't there?
Okay. So then someone was like, Is this against what is it called? Miscegenation?
Miscegenation.
No.
Miscegenation.
Marrying blacks, marrying white people.
Yeah, basically people opposing mixing of
mixing of races.
Yes, blondes can't date brunettes.
Yeah, a lot of people like understood that's not what I meant, but I still apologize and stuff. But it's so easy to not consider it because you don't have that experience of like, you know, navigating the world as a person of color. And like, I assume that it's the same for cis people, and you know, like being unaware of like trans experiences, straight people, gay experience, same, you know, kind of thing.
There
But,
are
yeah,
prejudice.
it's-
The thing is prejudice, regardless. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
everyone will experience it in their own way, but in lesser levels, if you will, and in
Yeah,
slightly
but
different levels. I mean, you know, for example, like let's say somebody who's got their family's got a bit of a reputation. You know,
But I
they'll
suppose I am.
understand.
But the thing is, so like a person could say, "Oh, Mel, you're being too wishy-washy" or whatever. But like, I'm happy that I came out with an apology as opposed to the Graham Linehan method, where I just go, "Oh, I guess I'm a racist now. I'm gonna own that." That's so.
Well, it
yeah,
was time.
yeah.
It was time for him to own it.
Of course, eventually he gets saying how, oh, this isn't natural, and then when John Oliver hosts the Daily Show, I keep thinking, nature is where dogs fuck each other in the face. You can't unsee that.
So, anything else in the news?
Obviously, Biden is basically just taking over Trump in the polls. Most of the Senate seats are in real trouble for the Republican Party right now. They're calling it the Trump effect. It's all delicious to you, isn't it?
I've got some really.
Remind me, Biden is like our
Keir Starmer.
He's the he's the granddad on your mum's side, you know. You know what I mean?
Keir Starmer is actually very articulate and a defense lawyer. No, sorry, no, public prosecution lawyer.
Yeah, but like,
Latest news.
I want Corbyn.
Biden's fucking terrible, but he's up against Trump, and that makes him a godsend.
Have you heard the latest news from Trump's Tulsa rally? 6 members of Trump's campaign have tested positive for the coronavirus ahead of the rally.
Yeah, I saw that.
No. Keir Starmer is absolutely the greatest guy you need right now, because he is a public prosecutor, and his job is to take apart people who are lying, and Johnson is consistently lying.
Yeah, I know, but Corbyn did that, and Corbyn reminded me of Wilf from Doctor Who.
No, the problem for Corbyn is he likes to triangulate even on wedge issues, and that's a very, very stupid thing to do. I always told a joke during sort of like one protest, and I was just saying, if Corbyn was asked to pick heads or tails, he'd bet on the fucking edge. And that's him in a nutshell. Well. He's not a leader, he's a follow. I think we're all right. Well, mate, there's two of us that I think they're wrong. They think we're wrong. What do you think? I think everyone's correct. Well, then, fucking great. You've got nothing to fucking say, and you're just saying it through a fucking.
I just think it's sad that because we could have had the Burning Bros and the Corbynistas, and we could have had something there.
But
they're both.
It doesn't matter. Because, like I said, I'm just loving it because we now have a public prosecutor up against a guy who has been found guilty of breaking constitutional law.
Yeah, but don't
it is a criminal. So.
He's now found a way of getting around that by standing there at parliamentary PM's questions when people are there to ask him questions and saying, "And what do you think about it? Why do you?" He's now asking the leader of the opposition questions and getting away with it.
I didn't see that one, but as far as I understand, Starmer did actually respond with, "This is Prime Minister's questions. I meant to ask you, not the other way around." Something along those lines.
Yeah, but apparently that didn't go. I mean, even though it was statistically correct, it didn't go down well. The question was about why aren't the schools reopening? Which, to be honest, my answer would have been, "Well, you tell me. You're the Prime Minister." But Starmer refused to even answer the question because, obviously, as he said, it's I suppose if you do answer the question, then you're setting a dangerous precedent. But all Boris Johnson did for the remainder of Starmer's questions was ignore anything he said and said, "See, you won't tell me about the schools." I don't know how much coke he'd done before PMQ started, but he was just ridiculous.
I do kind of wish that Stramboni Kebab would have actually, since he's a prosecutor, actually talked about the GRA reform scrapping, which is going against more than 100,000 people that have been consulted because they think that trans people had the power to generate 100,000 responses.
That's like all of you worldwide.
I know.
There's a reason it's called minorities.
No, we're going to scrap it for legitimate concerns trademark. It's not. It's because J.K. Rowling made a freaking tweet.
Well, it's nice to know that Florida has come out on top of all of this. Florida's coronavirus numbers break new record. Congratulations, Florida. I've missed you. I've missed you.
I saw a graph earlier this week where the EU's numbers, you see a very large spike, and then it goes down pretty fast as well again. And the US's numbers just skyrocket and stay at that level and keep staying at that level. There's no downward turn there.
Yeah, apparently Trump's big idea of stopping so many cases is to actually just stop testing.
I thought he might.
He literally says this now.
Yeah. You stop having cases if you stop checking for it. God,
you just don't know about them.
I mean, this is the point of life where you have to look at Trump supporters and you have to pity them now.
Those people get to vote. That's sad.
You know that look that you give someone when they've got when they've been caught out. You just have to while they go through their process of blaming everybody else but themselves. Just give them that look of like, really? Come on, give up, own up. Come on, you can't defend this one. They'll just get but at this point, there's nothing to say. It's like
Tim Tams.
Fucking Tim Tams, man.
Tim Tams.
Explain the Tim Tams to the audience, please.
Okay, so in the
won't
midst of the coronavirus, when the world is on fire, race relations have never been poorer, people seem to be at trans people and gay people's throats. Do not worry, for in the darkness there is a light. Boris Johnson will finally get a post-Brexit better deal on what you all want is household staple of every British family. Australian Tim Tams.
That.
That thing that people thought was photoshopped. The little voice in the back of their head that screams fake news would not stop even when it was confirmed that it was real. Because it Tim Tams. I have never bought a pack of Tim Tams. Have you? Has anyone?
No, do they actually exist over here? I mean, as far as I can tell, it's like they look like either a penguin. In fact, no. In fact, they look like a chocolate-covered bourbon biscuit.
I thought they were penguins, just renamed.
Well, they look like chocolate-covered bourbon biscuits. But
There's a penguin, isn't it?
Yeah.
I haven't had a penguin in years.
That's why the penguin factory is closing down next week.
The thing that annoys me, though, is the actual good chocolate that's super cheap, that's really nice, and there's a whole range of other products, is Ms. Molly's, that's recently come to the UK from France. And they will sell you a bar of chocolate the same size as a Cadbury's chocolate and the same taste and everything for 30 pence. But it's going to be gone after Brexit.
I was going to say, have you seen the latest food standards thing? It's York is the city of York's rather worried because obviously they have terriers and Rowntrees, or whoever Rowntrees was now called. I forgot who they are now. But due to the food standards and the country of origin rules that apply to chocolate, they won't be able to sell chocolate over to Europe because Britain doesn't grow any chocolate. Basically. Who would have thought, yeah?
Yeah, but we make artisan jam. They were quite adamant that is what's going to carry us in international relations after
She
Brexit.
said artisan jam, not partisan jam.
We don't make chocolate, but what about pure white chocolate? The only true chocolate, white chocolate.
That's vanilla.
No, that's
Doesn't
not
matter, it's-
chocolate.
Doesn't matter. It is the true chocolate. We must protect the white chocolate.
For God's
We
sake,
cannot have dark chocolate. It shall erase the white chocolate.
for heaven's sake, Rick. For heaven's sake, Rick, what do the Belgians know about making chocolate?
A lot more than you do.
You don't put enough milk in it.
I was talking about white chocolate supremacy again. That this is important.
The trouble with the Belgians is they put too much proper chocolate in the damn stuff.
Yeah, how are you supposed to eat all that?
The Belgians make the best chocolate in the world. Screw the Swiss.
They just make the Belgian chocolate, that's all.
They make the
yeah,
best.
that's
no
the
variety.
best chocolate in the world.
The best Belgian chocolate in the world.
In the world.
And they don't sell it to you guys, because why would they?
No, they're too busy eating.
Why not?
Because you're the UK.
Oh yeah.
So where's the campaign to get my account unsuspended then, bitches? Where are my free speech warriors?
Oh, you still
Are they too
suspended on
busy?
Twitter?
Yeah.
This is it, isn't it?
Well, why? What did you do?
I was rude to my harassers again. I called them simps. Apparently, calling somebody a simp means, according to Twitter, that I was trying to make them contemplate suicide.
Oh no! Oh!
And I'm like, are you sure? But you know what? After everyone mass reporting that I've tried to make somebody attempt suicide by calling them a simp, they have at least let me know that the accounts that reported me for this have been taken down for what was it? Using multiple accounts. Yeah.
But you're
But the damage is
you're still...
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Because Twitter.
Actually, I think the problem was that you've been banned because you only got the person to think about suicide. If they'd actually attempted suicide, then, that would have been different.
No, what, calling someone a simp? How does that work?
Maybe they're
so
symphobic.
fragile. That's how fragile they are.
They're symphobic.
But it's so funny, isn't it? They sent me messages afterwards saying, we got rid of them for you. It's like, cheers. Thanks for that. I really wanted them to go.
Talking about symphobic, did you see that tweet from some weird-ass Nazi guy who was complaining
Once again,
about
you're gonna have to narrow it
being
down.
Nazi-phobic?
Nazi-phobic.
Yeah. There was a guy complaining about people being Nazi-phobic towards him.
Was he American?
I don't know.
Okay, the definition of phobia: irrational fear. Therefore, afraid of something that couldn't possibly harm you.
Yeah, mate.
A Nazi.
Well, this is more to do with
I know.
prejudice. This is more to do with prejudice, and for some, in some cases where it would be somebody's colour of their skin and whatever like that, this is generally through ignorance. But when it comes to Nazis, that prejudice is kind of through knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is what, like I said to John Cleese as well, because like John Cleese is kind of.
Oh, you and John are in big chats, are you?
Well, I mean, he's
He didn't
kind
respond,
of.
did he?
Yeah, of course we are. But
Name dropping you.
He blocked you
no,
after this, didn't he?
But okay, no, but he right, okay, so he's kind of like he's not in the pool of transphobia yet. He's where Jonathan Ross was a few weeks ago, where he's in the paddle pool.
He's just dipping his feet in transphobia right now.
Yeah, he's just like, well, what if I just pretended to be a woman tomorrow? And it's like, oh, you mean how like Glinner pretended to be Enby, and we all like took the piss out of him?
You mean like a white person pretending to be a black person? Yeah. You go
like
try that.
Pretending to be trans. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
of course.
I mean
like,
that's going to play really well with your base.
No, but okay, so like one of his recent tweets and stuff was just like, what? Because someone doesn't agree with you, automatically they're transphobic? And it's like, no, John, don't do this.
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
I mean, it's like it's the Calgon of a cat.
It's such a go-to, isn't it? It's such a go-to, isn't it? It's like kind of going, mate. I'm not calling you racist because I disagree with you. I'm calling you racist because I disagree with you on racism.
So yeah, no, he was doing that, and he was just like, I thought phobia meant like hatred and disgust, and I was just like, John.
Well, that's the
phobos.
secondary. Yeah.
Fear. It's not. Mainly the fear that's being propagated at the moment that if you give trans people the slice of the freedom pie, that's going to take away from other people's freedom pie. And this is the exact same thing that we've already been through, and I can't believe we're doing this again.
Isn't he also a Brexiteer or something?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. I mean,
most non-doms are.
But again, he dipped his toes in that pool as well, where he was sort of saying, like, I look around London, it's not really English anymore. I mean, it's filled with people that immigrate here and are English by definition, but you know what I mean.
I mean,
it's
it never was. Yeah, London's pretty much been an international hub since its beginnings, but hey,
Does anyone remember that woman? This was quite a few years ago. I think she was the representative of the black support community or something like that. And it turned out that she was actually white and she changed her skin color.
Rachel Dolezal.
Thank you. Yeah, she said she was trans black.
Oh, yeah.
Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, I remember her. I mean, the thing is, it's like, I don't know. It's like people, it's like a person saying that they're blackosexual and stuff, and it's like
there is a kink.
I'm sure in your own mind that makes sense to you and stuff, but I don't think there's like a biological drive there.
There is a kink in the
don't say chink for God's sake.
Do you wanna?
Hell, Robin, what are you saying?
Wow, I'm sorry. We have an older member of the community on today, folks.
Once John has been resurrected, he will be exited from the establishment. Don't worry.
Yeah, they're going for some of the old school Witherspoons level jokes. So anyway, it's a bit of a kink for let's call them the interracial community. For say black and or white people to have basically racial abuse thrown at them while they fuck.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Actually, the porn industry has actually even responded with the whole Black Lives Matter thing, because apparently the industry isn't going to use the word interracial anymore.
That's actually going to cut off all of the porn for the that's the porn searches for all of the South.
Yeah.
All of these racist, the racist South, their biggest porn searches are interracial.
Richard Spencer is definitely going to be disappointed.
Oh God, yes.
Well, he's already been called Dick, so you know.
Oh, by the way, did we all see that Lauren Southern is back?
Fuck that
I haven't looked into this, but apparently
I've heard about this. Like, she's coming back as a centrist.
She's looking.
Rebuild her. We have the technology.
Is she looking to rebuild herself on a redemption arc here?
Is anybody going to believe that she is actually
considering
uncensored?
Blair White did the same thing 2 years ago, no, I don't believe it for 1 second. And then she just went back to being exactly the same as she was. Like, no, she actually, no, but with Blair, Like she actually came out with the whole thing. It's like, yeah, a lot of these like so-called like anti-SJW people, they're just doing it for the money. They're just doing it for the attention. So anyway,
My mission-
back to regular programming.
My mission in life right now is trying to find out who her husband is.
Also, hi,
Just-
Pascal.
I'm going to hazard a guess, but are we on about Lauren Southern?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay. Well, Paul Joseph Watson isn't pleased.
Oh no, he's just being a.
He says
Paul Joseph Watson.
right-wing YouTuber suddenly returns, claiming to be a
Oh, but-
nuanced centrist, having disappeared at the exact point where everyone else was fucked over and banned for the last 18 months. Having thrown them under a bus by funding the very people responsible for all that. Inauthentic!
Imagine my shock.
I have two sort of thoughts to that, or hypotheses.
Hi,
One,
Pascal, by the way.
hello. One, he's actually the one who's married to Lauren Southern. Or he is extremely jealous and he had a really huge crush on Lauren Southern and he's just been like fucking got it.
He's definitely jealous.
Yeah, but like, apparently he's DMing her. She's sharing these DMs. It's like, comments on your video. Can't answer. Fraud. Disappointed. So disappointed. I can't answer. I showed you my penis. Answer me. Sorry, no, that's not in there. So pathetic. Jesus, just allow the comments. It's so hot. Pathetic. How dare you? Fuck off. Leave me alone. And this all happened in, like, about a minute. Oh, no. Okay, there was a little pause. And yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Ugh. Kind of creepy. What am I saying? No, that's very creepy, Paul. You're a creepy man.
Personally though, I loved when it was found that brain force contains soy. That just
Oh my god, rest in peace my old Twitter account. One of my crowning moments of that account was getting you know, like how he was going soy face,
soy boy.
soy face, or he was doing that kind of repetition.
Yeah.
So what I did is I put a bunch of tweets where it was like showing the soy content of like brain force and then him doing a soy face at the same time.
This is so
And
delicious.
it
Watching
became so viral that if you were to search soy face, all you would see is like a wall of Paul Joseph Watson. But unfortunately, that account.
But did you hear his rebuttal? No. But when he was found out, it was perfect. He was just sort of saying, "Okay, now a lot of you have heard that there's soy in this product and everything that I've said about soy, but we had to put it in there because brain force was just too powerful. We had to."
Oh my god! You're kidding me! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Inauthentic.
Oh my god!
That's what Paul's rallying against. Apparently, releasing his comments without his permission. It's war. He's gonna have a Twitter war with Lauren Southern. Paul Joseph Watson in the blue corner. It's like, what the fuck?
Extremely blue corner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell
Paul
at a
Joseph-
microphone for 2.5 hours.
Paul Joseph Watson and Lauren Southern doing exactly the same thing, except Lauren's a pretty woman.
Yeah,
Which one's going to get the most attention?
Rest in peace, my old Twitter account. You no longer get that lovely splash whenever you do a search for soy face. But yeah, that was fun. Good times.
Well, I mean, I could still check it out. Maybe people. Hang on. Soy face. Let's see.
It used to be all him, and I would just like fucking laugh at him all day long for that shit. His DMs are open too. Yeah, should start something.
Okay, let's have a look at this. I'm going to like Milo.net.
Oh, I got the perfect thing to send him. Holy shit!
Okay,
Wait, hold on.
Okay. This is
Lauren
I'm gonna
Southern black boyfriend.
Okay.
There, that's what I'm gonna say. Paul.
Okay.
That upset them so much.
I'm gonna read from the late great Milo Yiannopoulos. It's called Not Even Trying to Hide It. Say farewell to the klepto queens of the British far right. Written by Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh, is Milo still writing?
Two gay video producers stole tens of thousands of dollars from Tommy Robinson to fund shopping sprees, lavish dinners, and champagne-fueled parties in London's most expensive zip codes. Says stream witnesses. They endangered conservative celebrities by leaking security information to Antifa, and worked with progressive journalists to cook up damaging stories about right-wing media figures.
It's almost as if the people that worked with you guys were as self-interested as you.
Isn't this the wonderful profit motive they were talking about? They seem to have profited quite well. It's all in a day's work. Former colleagues say their boss Lauren Southern knew about everything they were doing and encouraged them. I love this because what was it you said about them eating their own? Milo? you seem to have got your knife and fork ready for this one. Anyway, if you've ever donated to Tommy Robinson, the British free speech and anti-Islamist activist dubbed the backbone of Britain by Steve Bannon, there's a fair chance your money didn't end up paying for his tour bus or security guards, but was instead diverted to pay for champagne fuel gay soirees in some of London's most expensive zip codes. The culprits? A homosexual couple who produced both of Lauren Southern's documentaries, who last month released their own movie called You Can't Watch This, about free speech.
Oh God.
So sad. Oh, it's so
is
sad.
Milo actually complaining about gay guys?
Have you ever seen the picture of somebody rubbing their hands with glee?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking like right now. I've got like a big shit-eating grin on my face as well while I'm doing this. My hands are doing like the happy merchant shit, everything.
I repressed a lot of the Milo Yiannopoulos years, possibly for good reason. But, all I can remember is MAGA hats holding him up on a friggin' throne, like
I know a friend of mine,
and then crying over shrimp.
A friend of mine, a friend of mine was curating some something called Modern Panic, which is like a modern art sort of thing, and there was a picture of that done in pencil, I think. Wasn't an etching. Fucking. So I'm glorying in this man's saltiness. I really, really like it. I'm glad it happens.
I actually remember Milo even a bit before Gamergate. He was actually once a guest talking head on, the debate rather. He was on a show on Channel 4 called 10 O'Clock Live, which was a political program about the week's news, and he was debating with Boy George about gay marriage. And
you knew he was bad news. You knew he was bad news the moment you spotted him.
He was just a bit odd because he opposed gay marriage, and he was interestingly incredibly vulnerable when his being Catholic was then brought into it, because you could tell he really couldn't contend with the fact that he's Catholic and opposes gay marriage.
As we continue through my reading,
foray into gay life was with a Catholic priest.
We're just not going to continue reading this then, no?
Sorry.
Oh, go on then.
Is it, whose show is this? I don't know. Certainly isn't fucking mine.
Hey, Drew.
Anyway, Milo continues. More than a dozen former co-workers, friends and acquaintances say Colin Robinson and George Llewellyn-John bragged to them about these and other betrayals, thefts, frauds and sabotages, including a secret years-long collaboration with a George Soros-funded far-left activist group that's endangered the lives of Gavin McGuinness, this reporter, and Tommy himself. You know what? You know they're bullshitting at this point. I'm trying to get the
I
Sora
knew he
slot
was
in there as
bullshitting
well.
the moment he started.
Do you know what's happened here? Do you know what's happened here?
What?
I know exactly what's happened here. They weren't paying. These guys were not being paid by these motherfuckers. And that's what they were doing. They were getting pissed off with them not getting fucking paid. And they decided to start putting stuff into some other accounts. And then spent all their fucking money for them. That's what fucking happened here. They stole 20 grand's worth of Bitcoin from Tommy Robinson. Yay! I think that should actually be that should be greeted with a cheer. He is now 20
Yay.
grand down on his Coke fund. Yay!
Yay!
Who's donating 20,000 to Bitcoin to Tommy Robinson?
20,000 fucking idiots with a quid of Bitcoin.
Steve Bannon. George
Mercers.
Soros, probably.
They
Does it
they
have-
booked
like,
a
can you not-
luxury Airbnb. That's what you do. Is
No,
you buy
has he been banned
luxury
from, like, the other
Airbnbs now,
platforms?
don't you? And bought 6 bottles of Dom Perignon champagne on Tommy Robinson's wife's credit card. Yay!
I mean,
well
can't you
done,
just-
guys.
That's what I don't get. Like, who are the technologists who have Bitcoin that like Tommy Robinson? Like, can't you donate to him regular ways?
Well,
Like
this is the way to
PayPaling him or-
donate to him,
No.
but make it look
He's
as if
not
there's
on
No,
Bitcoin.
legislation
no,
involved.
because Bitcoin kind of, even though like I like the idea of it, it
This is the
pulls
big
into
take
this
home
weird.
from this, isn't it? That we need to talk
It's
about
this weird
Bitcoin, don't we? That's what we need to talk about right now is Bitcoin.
type idea as well of like get rid of the governments and we'll
Yeah.
You can never
That's true.
you can
Live in a
never have
capitalist
just simple
utopia and-
conversation, just a simple
They do
conversation
that.
with
That's
this bunch.
true.
Anyway, and then they've swapped camera equipment worth thousands of dollars for second-hand models they found on eBay. Yeah, well done. Good plan. They worked with Hope Not Hate, an anti-far affiliated far-left organisation for years. We don't know
God
that.
damn it.
They defrauded Alex Jones with inflated expense claims. Yay! They risked the life of Tommy Robinson by sharing his location with Hope Not Hate. Well done. They risked the life of Gavin McGuinness by sharing his travel itinerary with the same group. Well done. They circulated a fake email leak about Milo Yiannopoulos doxing his husband while being paid by Yiannopoulos. Now we know that that's a lie, Milo.
Does not pay.
You just said while being paid. Milo doesn't pay. Milo never pays. You don't even need to pay Milo. He'll just run up a debt on your behalf.
What was that? What was that shrimp thing? I kind of remember it, but I don't. Like he was crying over shrimp, or so. Like it wasn't good shrimp, or
He
he
couldn't
had
afford
to.
decent shrimp anymore or something.
Yeah, he had to go to the second-rate fancy shrimp place or something.
They defrauded Lawrence Southern as well. Yay! They defrauded rental companies by failing to return equipment and returning inferior models and broken units. Yay! They made fake rape claim against a far-left activist. Why would you care about that? Bragged about having TV shows cancelled with bogus suicide threats.
Holy
That
shit.
sounds like you as well, Milo. They doctored their clients' videos to embarrass them, including pitch-shifting male voices upwards.
Oh no.
What? They gloated about their exploits while showering far-left activists with gifts, food, drinks at London's most expensive hotels, paid for by the Conservatives they were working with. Yay! And then sharing their misdeeds with Lauren Southern, who laughed and egged them on. So they defrauded Lauren Southern and then rung her up about it, and then she laughed and egged them on. They disavowed Southern and Robinson when we challenged them about their crimes, claiming they'd been radicalized by the far right online. This story is a result of nearly 100 telephone interviews. You mean 100 desperate telephone calls? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, what even is this?
This is Milo crying onto the screen for me to
Yeah.
basically just scoop up and sit and get into my special Milo tears cup. It's almost
Don't imagine
full.
it's very full.
It's very full today. It's very full. Because like this guy owes so much money, and every time he's being defrauded, I know he's gonna owe so much more. You're gonna.
Holy shit! This is from today as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
oh God.
I love it. Do you know the byline for Milo? Yeah, he's a gay New Yorker and he's coming out conservative.
So he's Caitlyn Jenner.
He's a sad version of Dave Rubin.
He's not a gay New Yorker. He's
bloody
he just lives there
Colchester,
right
isn't he?
now. Yeah, he comes from fucking Colchester. He's just a twat.
Dara on the side chat. I hope to God Milo has to get a job in a call center to pay rent.
Do you know what? One of these days, I would like to meet Milo.
Really?
I would like to meet Milo, yeah. But I'll only have one thing to say to him, and it'll be, "Cappuccino, please, grande." Sorry,
wouldn't be able to
I've
say
recycled
anything.
an old joke from that I used for Lee Alexander, but I think that would work quite nicely for Milo.
You know, I wouldn't be that mean. I would go up to him and I'd be like, Milo, sorry about what happened and stuff. You had a dream, didn't work out, so I got you this red hat. But on the red hat, there's just the letters SJW. Like, he can accept the hat, but he's gonna have to wear those letters and then join the team.
I wouldn't be able to say anything to him. I'd be too busy laughing in his face.
No, you don't.
Nothing personal, Milo, but
One thing you've got to learn. You don't let people like that back in the team.
Yeah, never.
Yeah. They're not on any team.
Yeah, fair enough.
Milo's on Team Milo now.
Milo has always been on Team Milo.
Yeah, now Milo's got Milo.net. Let it die. He couldn't even afford the .com.
Oh, dearie me,
But
I've
anyway,
drunk
yeah.
off a bottle of wine.
This story is a
Milo.
result of nearly 100 telephone interviews and a forensic review of evidence provided in no less than 5 discrete leaks and document dumps. We found that while working on Southern's film Borderless and while planning for You Can't Watch This, which boasts appearances by Guinness, Alex Jones, Laura Loomer, Paul Joseph Watson and other conservative celebrities, Robinson and his boyfriend Llewellyn John spread doctored emails about right-wing media figures that led to damaging and bogus headlines. And according to one former flatmate of the pair, at least one of the personalities in their free speech film, Gavin McGuinness, was directly endangered when they shared his travel itinerary with Hope Not Hate. Hope Not Hate. Are these like akin to the Southern Poverty Law Centre? You think these are domestic terrorists? Are you fucking kidding? Oh, of course, they're links to Antifa. Why is it like everything is linked to Antifa and George Soros at this point, Milo? Everything. Even you. While describing himself as one of the most important figures on the right, Colin Robinson was simultaneously doxing and endangering bona fide right-wing celebrities. Well, then, does sound like it. Yeah, it sounds like he is. Lucy Brown, former co-worker and former employee of Tommy Robinson, alleges that the pair regularly shared travel itineraries and other sensitive information with Hope Not Hate. Leaked private messages from the organization's chief executive support her claim. A photograph of McGuinness at an airport check-in line taken without his knowledge first appeared in Hope Not Hate report, suggesting that the group knew exactly which flight he was booked on. Well, hardly. It just shows somebody being pictured. Those close to the pair say that their most recent full-time employer, Lauren Southern, knew about a lot of what they were up to, and even met with Hope Not Hate herself. Former friends of the couple claimed that Southern kept Robinson and Llewellyn on her payroll even after she suspected they may have defrauded her to the tune of thousands of dollars. Astonishingly, she even allowed herself to be drawn into their subterfuges. Southern met secretly with representatives of Hope Not Hate, as leaked audio of the phone call with Tammy Robinson published here for the first time confirms. Shall we?
Be rude
Why
not
not?
to, wouldn't it?
Let me rephrase. Must we?
Well, you can read this, yeah? Have you got the link in there? I gave you the link, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so yeah, just play the video to yourselves and you'll be able to hear it. So I'll play it now. Go.
Bit of a strange one here, yeah?
It's been a minute.
I know, sorry, man. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, but I've just got off the phone to Caelan for an hour, yeah? How much have they told you about Hope Not Hate?
Not much. Why?
You aware they've been meeting with them regularly?
I've met Joe too before. Yeah, I know that Kaylin and George have met with them before.
Continually met with them? When you was doing your borderless documentary, Hope Not Hate flew out to Italy to meet them?
I don't know what they were talking about.
Well, that was completely inconclusive, Milo. Well done.
Yeah.
That was absolutely fuck all. That
There was nothing there.
That was literally him asking and her going, nah. Great. So, yeah, not a lot of information running around there. It should be fun to watch them meet themselves. Hope Not Hate has called extremist and violent by Brexit Party leader Nigel Farage. Though Farage was later forced to apologise. Yeah, he was forced to apologise rather than face a libel lawsuit. I love the phrasing of that. I love the phrasing of that. He lied about them, and then when pressed, had to retract. That's what he said. If he wasn't going to get, if he would have won his libel suit, he would have gone, "No, fuck off." But so dodgy is the group's reputation that even its own chief executive has seen in private message clarifying that threats to retaliate are meant politically. This should not be read to mean anything violent.
Oh my god.
Anything coming out of Milo's mouth at this point, I just treat as a grain of salt. I don't buy 99.9% of the shit he spouses on some fucking blog. He's just at that point for me now. It's like, okay, well, where's your proof? He never has any. So.
Oh, he's got a lot of it. He's got a lot here. None of it seems to be very proofy, though. There's a lot here. I've literally just hit the corner of this. This is a fucking iceberg.
Yeah,
this is
we
guy...
hardly made a crack in how far we.
I've scrolled less than 10% down.
This is a guy who's been spinning lies about the left for so long. I mean, he doesn't have any credibility. So, I mean, it's entertaining to read this stuff, but I wouldn't give it any sort of weight whatsoever.
Oh no, of course not. This is Milo. I'm just laughing at the fact that he's crying his eyes out on this.
Yeah.
And I hope these people. I hope the true bits are the bits where he's missing money. Those are the bits I want to be true.
Well, we do know he's financially embarrassed.
Holy shit! This is long.
That went out a year.
Well, this is what happens when you don't have a lot of time in interviews. Beforehand,
what sort of resources private investigators have if they could track down who Lauren Southern is currently married to? I'm really curious if it's one of the alt-right types that she used to be hanging out with, or somebody of note, or maybe it's quite possible it's some schlub that nobody's ever heard of, and she just made a connection when she was hitting
2 years
rock bottom.
This is developing into a bit of a perception for you right now, Pascal.
Well, it's because I like
Lauren were supposed to be, weren't they?
Who these people are hanging out with.
Before
it's
he
not
have an idea.
It's more or less understanding, what her motivations are to just come back after getting knocked up and having a baby.
I know what's going on with Pascal. You're going to save her, aren't you?
No. No, that bitch is like toast. I'm not interested in saving her. I'm not interested in saving anybody else. After like my episode with fucking shoe on head, like no, fuck it, not even worth my time anymore.
Oh no. I mean, some time now for Armored Skeptic, because he's not, he knows that Shoe's a bit upset at the moment because of the return of Lauren Southern, and that's all he wanted to say on the matter. For 5 tweets, that's all he wanted to say on the matter.
It just goes on and on and on, folks.
Oh my god.
Good for Greg.
So long.
We're now at the 25% mark.
Oh!
He is pissed. Love it.
He has no morality, that's true. Milo has no morality.
We're now at the 30% mark.
What?
40.
What are you doing? Emptying his bank account? Have you got hold of his bitcoins?
50%.
Just take a look at the actual YouTube vid. Sure.
Right, we're just gone past 50% then.
Jesus.
It's so long.
One of the reasons I'm curious if it's somebody from the alt-right or if it's somebody outside is because Chris Picciolini used to be a member of white nationalist group until he met his wife, who sort of introduced him into another sort of a group of people, and that's when he started deprogramming himself, and he eventually left the white nationalists.
Yeah.
So that might be a similar thing that Lauren might necessarily be experiencing, because she's either probably protecting her husband because she knows how fucking insane the alt-right is, in terms of like, finding out family members, swatting them, calling the FBI on them, looking at like, their past history and that sort of shit.
Well, it's either
and just making people's lives fucking miserable.
Either that or she's like, feeling cute, might go left wing today. I don't know.
I don't believe her for a minute.
Yeah. I wouldn't, you were saying like treat Milo with a grain of salt. I'm thinking treat this one with hot tongs.
Yeah, no. That's one of the reasons why I like seeing like what the baseline for her motivations are.
A wooden stool and a whip, mate.
A great way to figure that out is to see what kind of a person she's married. I mean,
left wing, right wing. You really have to feel sorry feel sorry for yourself for the people, or rather envy. The people who are just really content with their life. Just nothing bothers.
The only thing that matters to people like Lauren Southern is money. Yeah, I don't believe her for a minute that she's actually sorry for what she said.
I think people are
100%.
I think people are a little bit more complicated than that, but
if you've said such horrible things, you're gonna have to do a lot to prove that you're not like that anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's a lot of backpedaling that Lauren would necessarily need to do to even like start getting there. It's definitely not something that I will ever sort of give to her.
My question would be, why bother? Well, if you imagine there's 7 billion people on the planet, and there's this one idiot who is kind of good. I'm on a redemption arc, and it's like, so fucking what? Fuck off. You had your chance, you fucked up, and you're awful, and like you can't be trusted. And it's like, yeah, but I'm changed. Change what you fucking like. I don't have to listen to your crap. There's millions of people out there. What the hell? You're gonna be good, then you go be good. It doesn't mean I have to trust you.
I don't like the idea of just taking redemption off the table for everyone, because then occasionally you do get the Chris Picciolinis, or Caleb was like another alt-righter that switched, and now he's sort of doing his own thing. There's like tons of people like this, like the former KKK dragon from what was it?
Oh, those are the true believers, mate. But these are hired guns here, mate. These are just hired guns I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like believers.
She was doing it for the dosh, not for the.
I don't buy that.
I think she actually believed that shit. The no French braids in France thing, I think she actually believed all that shit.
The amount of effort you need to like put behind backing a cause you don't believe in is insane. People usually, for 99.9% of the time, believe the shit that they're.
I'm sorry, sir, but you have not done enough work in the film industry, obviously. People put in like a lot of work into something that they know is going to absolutely tank.
I was going to say
the film industry. I mean, that's a great.
No, what I mean is that the idea of somebody like making a fuck ton of money out of something that they've absolutely no faith in. You know, it's the profit motive right there. It's an easy one.
But this doesn't follow with the political identity, like at all. That's not how people work. It's not how human beings work. If you want to learn how human beings work, you can go to the You're Not So Smart podcast. Look at stuff like with tribalism, with the backfire effect, and that sort of shit. People don't adopt these identities like as cloaks in order to sort of role play online when they don't believe a fucking thing they're saying.
Why
made a fucking documentary about South Africa, for fuck's sakes. Who does that?
People who want to make a fuck ton of money who are credulous enough to believe that shit.
For South Africa? Like, South Africa's a nothing. Nobody knows anything about fucking South Africa, especially not people in the alt-right.
Yeah, that was proven because they actually fell for it.
With the greatest respect, mate, with South Africa, a certain Katie Hopkins. Who,
just because they decided to hop onto that train.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at there was a British newspaper that had to apologise to her because they published that she'd been deported from South Africa for taking drugs, ketamine specifically, and they were made to apologise, and they were happy to do it, and they published that apology because she was deported for race hate. And all right, Katie, I'm sorry we said it was because of your ketamine. She was deported for race hate.
Right.
You know, that's how horrible she is. You know, that's how it works. It's grift. I mean, Donald Trump has got a whole. Look at all the people he's employed. They've taken his money.
Hold on.
And then they spat it out.
It is. Hold on. It is galactically fucking stupid for people to attribute malice to individuals just because they're not on your team, when something like their own rationalization and experience can sort of explain that very easily. It's not that fucking hard. You look at George Lakoff and his presentation with like the moral landscape in terms of like what are the differences between Democrats' brain and a Republican's brain. Now, I don't believe that for a fucking second. And if you did like even a modicum of research into the human condition in terms of psychology, you'd realize that. But, you know, go ahead. Everybody's fucking evil. It's not on your team. This is a brilliant way to sort of see society. In the meantime, nobody's ever going to be objective and nothing's ever going to get done. And people are going to start doing shit like, oh, I don't know, let's start a war against like a maple syrup container because nobody knows the historical context behind it. But still, it's a racist fucking bottle of maple syrup, and we got to get rid of it. That's where that leads you to.
Nobody got rid of it. Nobody got rid of it. As far as I was remember,
it leads you to blind activism, and this is just fucking useless.
I'll always allow the possibility of people having a redemption arc. I'm just saying right now, I don't believe Lauren Sutton for a minute. I do not trust her.
No, I don't trust her motivations, like in terms of what she's presenting. But usually, when people are presenting these motivations, there is some sort of rationale from their own experiences.
Self-preservation.
Headed as it is, it's not self-preservation. It's entirely has to do with just the environment that they're in, which is lack of experience with anybody who's brown, and they sort of project that into communities that they hang out with. That's all it is. There's no malice. They don't have any malicious intent there. They're just trying to defend what they think is right. And because they're in this sort of Kool-Aid sucking environment, they're not able to be objective about reality. So it ends up...
So somebody like Milo's like that, is he?
Milo is a special case. But like everybody else, like Lauren Southern, like fucking Paul Joseph Watson,
Robinson.
What is it? Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is a great example of this. I'm not sure about Tommy. I haven't looked into him as much. But somebody like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is actually a fucking genius. He went to like Harvard. He's got 2 degrees. He's skipped ahead in his classes twice, and because he decided to adopt the stupid, fucking conservative nail in his head, everything that he looks at is just completely and totally off center, because he can't. It's to the point like they've done a study where they take people and they give them math problems, and the second it has anything to do with an outgroup that they have vilified, they're no longer able to be objective when doing simple math. That's all that's happening here.
So
that's it.
What do you mean unable?
They get the math problem wrong.
Yeah, but why would they be unable to do that?
Because their brains are going through the lens of their identity. That's
and
how
why
people...
are their brains going through the lens of their identity?
Because it's an identity
of their brains. At some point or another, you're going to have to realize that they're actually
I don't understand. No, they're not. They're not.
They're gaslighting so much, and you don't think that they know that
there is not enough information out there, or even a modicum of a plan on how to counter your own stupid biases. Yet this is a thing that happens time and time again. So I'm not gonna sort of say
you're just discounting the idea that they're not actually like trying to target people. And they're trying to actually like incite people to get more upset about things.
Robin, people are robots. They are not these complicated machines that have any sort of free will whatsoever. They are robotic. Wow. They are programmed. Okay. And if they want to be able to, have an objective reality, they need to go and remove themselves from that programming.
We can only look at the world the way we see it, and the way we see it is defined by our past.
Your experience, yes, but more importantly, those experiences are trumped by any sort of identity you adopt along the way, be it fucking Nazism, be it socialism, be it, libertarianism. All of these things pervert whatever objectivity you would necessarily have, even though you have 2 degrees, skip grades twice, and you're a certifiable genius. Look at James Woods, for fuck's sakes. That guy's insane on Twitter. Yet he's got, accolades, academic accolades up the wazoo. These are not stupid fucking people.
Yes. So why would they be saying that stuff unless they're doing it for a reason?
That's not what's happening. I know you'd really like this to be the truth, Robin, but it's not the case.
No, I think you'd really like this to be the truth, as though that they're all like these propagandized loons who just don't have any self-control and have no idea what they're saying.
Robin, I've actually read up on the science behind this. If you look at Dr. Julia Shaw's book, Evil, it sort of explains and has citations that completely contradict this batshit insane fucking point you're trying to make, where like these people are actually harmful and they want to like maliciously attack people like that. That's not the case. And the sooner people start realizing that, the better off they're going to be equipped to try to break these cycles that keep on happening every so often.
And how's that
But you
been
don't.
working out?
You just want to sit in your own fucking stupidity and spout your opinions that are completely and totally fucking useless.
Right.
Welcome to the show, Pastor.
Be right back.
Welcome. Yeah.
We missed you terribly. It's good to have you
Somebody's
back,
been
man.
playing Apex Legends a bit too much recently.
Hey,
I
Drew, how are
understand
you?
his point.
I'm doing good, man. I'm
Did
doing
you
good.
did you solve your conundrum?
Yes.
You had a conundrum.
Did you?
I did have. I'm not sure which conundrum, but I have a conundrum that I solved. I'm not sure if it's the same one.
Let us all know
involving
what this conundrum is, so we can
involving
share in the story. I'm
sizable
slightly
gift.
invested now.
Okay. I was just soliciting the Twitterverse for opinions. But yeah, so my my conundrum. This is slightly different from what he was talking about, but The Last of Us 2 is the first third person program or game like run around, shoot things, kind of game that I can actually play, because they added a bunch of audio cues that'll play like when you're near various objects, or when you're going through a squeeze through or a gap you've got to jump over, or if you're about to gimp yourself and fall out a window, or when you're aiming at an enemy, or when you've hit an enemy, and all that stuff.
Cool.
And it has text to speech to read all the text, so I can actually play it, and which is amazing, because it's like the first game that, certainly on this level, that they can do this. But it's a Sony exclusive, and I don't have a PlayStation.
Oh, that's really rude.
Yeah, it really is. So it was a bit of this was my conundrum. Do I buy a PlayStation 4 and play the game so that I can have it and be current and like participate in a launch event for once in my fucking life?
Drew, I'm just delighting in the irony of such an inclusive game being a Sony exclusive.
I know. It's delicious. It is delicious, isn't it? It really is.
Oh
yeah, it includes everyone except PC.
Now blind people can play, not you.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, it's not lost on me at all. I assure you.
I just need to drink a couple more of these, that's all.
Would I be jumping ahead then and thinking that the person
correct
they were going to gift you them?
Yeah, so
that makes it even harder. I'd still say yes.
It's a toughie, isn't it?
Yes and no. I mean, I'd say yes, because the person isn't doing it for any of. Yeah, right. I would assume that the person's doing it for the right reasons, which is, I want to buy you a present. Here you go. You're my friend.
Yeah. So yeah, I was really. It was a tough one, because I couldn't decide. Like, okay, do I wait in the desperate hope that they eventually? Because there's a rumor that, well, I guess apparently that, like, there's the rumor is that there's was a software posting for Naughty Dog for someone to work on programming and like Vulkan and DX12 and like PC stuff. So the implication was that they were hiring that person to at least look into the possibility of porting The Last of Us 2 to PC. So it's like, do I wait 2 years on that desperate hope that it materializes someday, or do I buy a PlayStation now, spend $400 stupid on a stupid console that's about to go away on one stupid game, just so that I can experience the launch event in its glory? Or do I wait for the PS5 to come out, get that one, and then get the remastered version, which is surely going to follow, and then have a PS5 that I then potentially might want to get more games on, depending on what comes out in the future.
Which they forget to put those features in, because the features weren't really that big, because nobody bought the PlayStation 4 hoping to get some and then the whole horrible cycle continues.
the cycle of violence against the disabled continues. But so that's really hilarious if you're a fan of The Last of Us 2. But anyway, so the quandary was solved for me, because a friend from work whose boyfriend is deaf, and she's watching him play this, and she's sort of like, wait, can you actually, can blind people actually do this? And so she Venmo'd me $400 so that I can buy my own PlayStation and copy of The Last of Us 2 without having to feel guilty about it. So, you know.
That's very cool.
I have a question for you, Drew.
Sure.
This is like completely and totally off topic, but it's more or less in terms of linguistics. In Star Wars, are you able to sort of discern what R2-D2's mood is? Basically? Yeah.
I'd say so. I mean, when he goes, you can pretty much tell that's a rude noise.
Yeah, that's something I find sort of interesting.
It's that noise.
And the reason is because it's not using any sort of construct in terms of language. It's entirely tonality.
Right.
That essentially drives it. Like
yeah. He makes rude sounding noises when he's annoyed. He makes sounding noises when he's sad, and he makes happy sounding noises when he's,
apparently it's
content
a person
with his life.
talking. It is actually a person talking, and these have been sort of derived through sort of various bells and whistles and things.
Interesting.
So it's if you imagine back in the days when people used to like animate things and stuff like that, they'd sort of rotoscope sort of people. Well, the same sort of thing was done when it was trying to get electronics to sound like they've got some sort of personality. They'd have a recording of somebody else saying something so they can give it that kind of personality. That was their way of doing it. It's sort of like sound tracing as such.
And yet when you watch the Christmas special, you can't tell what the fuck the Wookiees are talking about.
It's Christmas, for fuck's sake. They've had a few drinks.
I love Star Wars, and I never noticed that about R2, other than the sounds where he's sad. Those are pretty obvious.
To me, the Chewbacca ones are a good example. They just paste a bunch of sounds, like not so bad with the movies, but a lot of the like sound, like the audio dramas and stuff. They just like, okay, random Chewbacca file 4, and it's like, well, that's not necessarily the right mood, though.
Yeah, for me, it's interesting because like, if that's the case, then you could pretty much have R2-D2 basically in any place across the world, and anybody could essentially sort of discern what kind of a mood R2-D2 is. Or maybe there might be certain flaws depending on what their native language is. Like, here's an example.
The Teletubbies were so big, you see.
Germans, when it comes to the moon, they have masculine connotations to it. And for the French, the moon is more feminine. So you'll think of like the moon as being beautiful, as being luminescent, as being radiant. Feminine sort of adjectives kind of sort of follow that. But if you ask somebody who's German, the moon is more rugged. It's sort of this tough, this Thor-like kind of a creation, and that's what they rock.
Yeah.
I've obviously seen a lot of Star Wars documentaries, and I love that. This is one thing where Peter Mayhew, who did Chewbacca, he actually did do the lines, proper English lines, and it's one of those, again, Darth Vader things where you realize, oh, there's a good reason they dubbed over Chewbacca, isn't it? Because there's with Peter Mayhew going, "That old man's mad." Boy, you said it, Chewie. But it's kind of nice to see what exactly Han was actually responding to. But...
I be your dad, Luke. How are you?
Actually, I be your dad, dude. During filming, they didn't say that line. That's why it was such a surprise to most of the crew as well, because only Luke Skywalker.
George Lucas, the director.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker and George Lucas knew what the line was actually going to be.
The thing is, you replace the words "I am your father" and "Obi-Wan killed your father," and you look at Mark Hamill's reaction. It would actually still work. That reaction would still kind of work.
That's true.
Yeah, but he knew what the actual line was.
I know, but it just gets me thinking, because what if it had been done that way around? It would have been an interesting story.
I would really have liked to have heard Darth Vader as the Cornwallian.
David
Yeah,
Ryan.
Yeah.
I have actually. Not like
Oh,
there are
so
some.
have I, so have I.
Yeah, they have a
Luke.
couple of lines, and yeah, it's just really weird.
Dear
It's just
Luke,
some,
I
like,
am your
middle-aged white
father.
It's this weird, like some middle-aged white guy with a mask on. It's just like,
You
Here,
are
lad, come here. I've
You're
got
part
something
of
to
the
tell you.
Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
Oh,
That's exactly
God,
what it is.
so awful.
You're part of the Rebel Alliance and the traitor. Take her away. That's not Vader.
I think I Am Your Father has more impact because if you're saying Obi-Wan killed your father, it just brings up more question. He'd be like, well, wait, what? Why would Obi-Wan kill my dad?
Yeah.
Like, and then he'd be like, oh, because he murdered a bunch of kids.
Nah.
And then be like, okay, yeah, maybe my dad's kind of an asshole.
That would have been an interesting. Yeah.
It would have still made Luke question who he was being taught by.
Yeah, because now he doesn't know who the fuck Darth Vader is at this point. Because if he said he killed your father, well, who the fuck is standing in front of me then?
Yeah.
Just some evil guy, which is what he was up to until then.
So he was. It was more impactful because he's not. One way is basically throwing him out of any meaning with Luke. So if he just says, well, Obi-Wan did it, now the onus of the guy who killed my father is now on Obi-Wan, but the onus of evil Darth Vader, blah, 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 yeah, you know, he's leader of the thing, but as far as Luke's concerned, he's meaningless to him now, if you see what I mean.
Right.
He's just the Jedi, just a, you know, the Sith, and that's about it.
That's it. Yeah.
In that way, at least, it's a complete twist and derivation of it, and now it's basically even worse, if you will.
Just a little nerd moment for me. Darth Vader is not a Sith. He's a Dark Jedi.
Oh God.
We're getting over that,
So
are we?
anyway,
You know, there is this thing
I'll
on.
scooch back to my cubby hole now.
You know,
See, I have friends. This is how I make them. This is how I retain them. You know?
If you go on YouTube, you can actually find parents filming their kids reacting to the "I am your father" scene, which is a
fun.
very interesting thing to do. But more interesting.
It's like a really, really wholesome two girls, one cup thing.
But one I found more interesting was a teenage girl who was fully aware of hadn't seen Star Wars, but was fully aware of the "I'm your father" bit. But they showed her the prequels, and she started to really like Hayden Christensen. So they recorded her reaction to suddenly realizing that Anakin becomes Darth Vader. It's actually a really funny scene. She's going, no. She's slowly seeing this happen. No, God, no. No, then Sidious actually says, henceforth you'll known as Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
I think it's awesome that She-Ra is essentially being lit up so fucking hard now. The cartoon, an obscure cartoon from my youth, is now fucking mainstream. How fucking cool is that?
They're talking about a movie now.
Now, when are they going to reboot Ivan the Engine? Is the first thing Mel said in like 50 minutes.
I want Bagpuss coming back.
No Bagpuss. Old fat furry cat puss. I hate him.
I can't wait till it's completely mainstream, and like 30 years from now, I'm going to be like Bagpuss on ice, you know, at the local supermarket.
No, Robin, no one wants Bagpuss.
They're going to be selling it out of Asda. You know,
what was Bagpuss even about? It was about like
DVD.
a cat that hung around with a bunch of mice.
saggy cloth cat, but Emily loved him.
Well, that's wholesome. But
it was
There you
really
go.
very, very wholesome indeed.
You're lucky you didn't have things like Hector's house.
You see, in the 70s,
what in the world?
in the 70s, you mainly had children's entertainers that really shouldn't be allowed near children. Mainly either because of
60s,
their
mate.
paedophilia or the amount of acid that they took.
60s. I mean, you think of the original Magic Roundabout. Dylan the Rabbit was off his tits all the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, even hey man, hey the man, not cool man.
You know what's interesting about the Magic Roundabout? It's actually a French program, and the guy who
the guy didn't know what they were saying.
It was worse than that. They did actually have the French scripts, but he threw them away because he didn't want to use French.
Eric Thomas, father of Eric Thompson, rather.
Ooh, talking about narrators and old TV shows, I've got a bone to pick. So,
not my fault.
No. This is about Thomas.
We need to know who you've got the bone to pick with first.
Thomas the Tank Engine, specifically the American division.
Yeah.
The American. Where is this? Where they had the they replaced the Fat Controller, didn't they?
Yes, and they call him Sir Topham Hatt because Fat Controller doesn't ring well with American audiences,
because there's far too many of them out there.
No,
American.
So yeah, it's Sir Topham Hatt.
They don't like the idea of controlling fat.
All right, what's your? I was explaining to Jamie that someone has a bone to pick with Thomas the Tank Engine, and thought it was going to be longer, and actually missed your bone that you were picking. So I apologize. What?
He'd like if you may reissue your bone.
Yes.
So there's the quote unquote dark episode of Henry being bricked up in a tunnel. Not that dark. Gets released a couple of episodes later.
Episodes later.
Yeah.
An innocent train is locked up for several episodes, and you're like,
and Ringo
that's
does kind of
fine.
say, "I think he deserved his punishment." Do you?
Where was the apology afterwards? Where was the apology afterwards? There was no.
Well, there's no apology, but
should have sued. You
Sodor
really
is a
should have sued.
dictatorship. We all know this. No. But what is dark is that one engine got turned into a generator and forgotten about. There is another engine that went to sleep in a shed and was thinking, one day I'll go to the mainland. Oh, it'll be great. I'll just have a little sleepy in this shed. And there was a rock slide. And that engine is still buried alive, because I assume they don't die, under that mountain in the middle of Sodor somewhere. No one cares.
Yeah, but if they don't die, are they really alive in the first place?
I don't know.
This has always been the big question that I've asked myself ever since I've watched Thomas the Tank.
Yeah, I know, but Sodor's friggin' scary, man.
These are the sort of things you ask yourself on a Sunday morning.
Well, I mean, usually when you're writing a children's show, one of the things you probably don't want to do is to bury one of your characters alive and just kind of leave that.
Well, that's actually quite the thing. You didn't. You've got to understand that the actual audience that you were going up against. No. The thing is, the audience that you were going up against had seen sort of like Watership Down, so we were okay with this. Have you ever seen? You ever seen Watership Down?
I have.
If you're curious, the episode is called Grand Puff, and it's kind of framed in a sort of scary story thing, but Thomas sort of says it like this is a story he's recounting, and that just begs further question, because how does Thomas know about this? How does Thomas know about this engine that's buried somewhere on Sodor?
He's a chatty fellow. Everyone knows him.
Mel, I don't remember this in the books.
Well, it wasn't in the Railway series, was it?
I mean, I remember.
Oh no, the scrapyard was in the Railway series, though. Silver.
I remember
the constant fear of being scrapped.
I remember that Henry or James getting bricked up. Or was it Gordon? Forget now. I remember the bricking up, but I don't remember anybody getting buried alive in the books.
Yeah, but Donald and Douglas, the two Scottish engines and stuff, they only wanted one, but they sent two of them. And the Fat Controller's just like, well, I'm going to have to send one of you to the scrapyard. So they do the switcheroo, and it's funny and stuff, but no.
Melody.
Like, it's a nightmare.
Melody.
Living
Hello, Melody. Melody?
Go pour some more wine.
Melody, have you seen Watership Down?
Yes. Overrated.
That's the old butcher shop. You've seen the butcher shop. You've seen the film.
Why did you go with the Trump review mechanism there? I'm not quite sure. That's what he says about everything.
Well, no, because Teleday is so much more dark and gruesome.
Also, to Pascal's comment about maybe when you're writing a children's show, you don't want to bury one of your characters alive. Pascal, have you seen Transformers?
Yeah, look.
Have you ever seen
They-
Deliverance? That's a terrible
Nobody-
children's program. That was.
Here's the thing about Transformers: nobody fucking died in the cartoon show.
Whoa! Yes, they did, mate. Lots of characters
No,
died.
they didn't.
Yes, they did. Have you seen the original 1986 film? A lot of Autobots died outright in that one.
That's the film. That was like at the point where kids had grown up, and now they get to sit down in the movie theater, and now they get to watch.
And then lock themselves in their bedrooms.
And Pascal, it definitely wasn't just a ploy to bring a new cast of Transformers out so that they could sell more toys and accidentally made something meaningful.
Yeah. None of them can die, otherwise who would want to buy it? Who would want to buy them?
But let's go further. Have you seen the spin-off series Beast Wars? A lot of characters did die in that one.
Yeah, sure. That's Beast Wars. And
I
that
mean,
was
to be
made
fair,
for-
it's called Beast Wars. You expect, Beast
True.
Wars. Yeah, there's
You've
gonna be some
changed.
death.
It's made for like a more mature audience.
Hi,
I'd
Jamie.
say. Like,
You really need to introduce yourself there, because otherwise we get really freaked out.
Because you sound so similar.
Because
Not.
remember, we see the icon pop up. You see, so it's as though we're staring at Drew's face, and so now you're wearing his face, and of course now we're wondering what's going on here, and is he like trapped down the bottom there, rubbing lotion on
see,
himself?
this is why you need more objectivity in your life, because then
you
you can
say he's fine.
infer, you can figure out through past experience that Jamie has come on and spoken on Drew's account before.
I know, but it scares me. I'm easily startled, like the sand people. I have to travel in single file.
Stiff upper, boy. Stiff upper.
Oh, it is.
Okay,
It is.
how the devil
That's
are you?
kind of the problem.
Anyway, Pascal says that audiences were more mature the moment they went to see the Transformers movie, and yet a lot of kids actually locked themselves in their bedrooms after Optimus Prime died.
That's what you did, wasn't it, Bakura?
Oh, they just had a cry.
You mean he's dead?
No. Apparently they.
Oh,
Hasbro got a
you
lot
didn't
of
do that.
letters.
You just knew of a lot of kids that did. Okay.
What you
There's
mean is,
no
what you
There's
mean
no
is,
shame here,
Personal
Bakura.
character died.
what
No shame
Bakura
at all.
means,
I know. There's no
Bakura
shame.
locked himself in a room and cried.
Just because you weed
And he's
yourself.
now blaming the kids.
No, funnily enough, I have seen documentaries on the original Transformers film, and apparently Hasbro did get a lot of letters saying that their kids had locked themselves in their rooms because of Optimus Prime dying.
I believe that.
The thing is, we were talking about the show, not the
I love
movie.
the fact that he's actually got the excuse to prove it too. I like that. Well thought out, sir.
Anyway, Jamie, how the devil are you?
I'm lovely. How are you all?
Are you coping with your
I'm doing
lockdown?
pretty good. I was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just about to ask you, where are you guys exactly?
California, man.
California,
North or south?
Santa Clara County.
Where's that?
Like Silicon Valley, south of San Francisco.
I guess what we're
Right.
asking is, what is your proximity to Florida?
Oh, about
Very
3,500,
far
4,000
away.
miles.
Good, good. As-
So you're
What are
drilling
the
for black
chances that
gold
you're
down
going
there,
to
aren't you?
survive?
Oh,
It's
I would say
essentially-
as far as you could get, but not quite. But we're still pretty, like there's a whole country between us.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
I can answer
It's
that with more
poles
detail.
apart both politically and geographically. There you
So
go.
you guys are basically near the epicenter of the COVID then.
2,920 miles away from Florida by car.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Live doxing yourself on my show.
The problem with California is you have people from LA and they're like fucking dumb.
If you drive, Florida is 4,700 kilometers away.
Good to know, robots. Yes.
4,000, so you
The
drive. So
robot
it's
tells
about
us
five.
all the things we need to know. The robot is all-knowing and all-powerful. All hail the robot.
Consult
It's
the
about
oracle.
5 days drive then, really.
Yeah, a couple days drive.
Oh, I'd say it's more than that.
I
Yeah.
don't really measure travelling in days. Not a big fan of that.
No.
That seems
European.
like if that's the requirement, then I'm obviously in the wrong transport. You know? It's like we're gonna get there in a couple of days. Couple of what? Sorry, mate. No, hang on. No, we don't do this. What am I using? No.
You've
just,
you've never driven over there,
fire
have
me
you,
out of a
Rob?
cannon. I don't care, but I'm not fucking going that way.
It's We drove from Canada down into...
I believe it's pronounced
Montana. And it was just so nice to see a bend in the road. It's just...
I thought you were going to say
road.
turtle.
It's just like as far as you can see, all you can see is this one straight road, and you're toddling along at 55 miles an hour.
Bloody Romans.
Oh my God! Bloody Americans.
Same thing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I had some good times over there. I think was it St. Helens? Is that the capital of Montana? St. Helens.
Helena, Montana, good place.
Yeah, I was there. Who was the president? It was the 100th anniversary of it being a State of the Union, and the president was coming up, and I got offered a job to wire up telephones, which was bizarre. This guy, I don't even know why this guy did it. There's three Brit soldiers, all basically we were there on the piss. Decided to go for a drive somewhere, ended up in St. Helens, and this guy in a bar, this guy offers us a job to wire up telephones for one of the Bushes. Bush Senior, I think it was.
Was this an NSA dude or what?
I've no idea, mate. We were 3 bit squaddies on the piss.
I don't know what that means.
We were three soldiers.
You say it's English, but I don't believe you.
We were 3 British soldiers who were on holiday.
Thank you.
A holiday that involved containing a hell of a lot of alcohol.
Yes, that part of the piss I
obscene amounts of it. I mean, you know, it was just no thanks, mate. Actually, we did actually, we considered it for about 10 seconds because we looked at how much money we had and we thought, because he was offering us a lot of money, but it's a case of that's a lot of money, but I want to go and get drunk, and we would start drinking about 2 in the afternoon. And you can't go wiring up telephones at up until 2 in the afternoon, then finish at 4 in the morning and think, I'll go and wire up some more telephones now. I got bottled.
So the president at the time, that was like Lincoln or something?
Yeah. It was the 100th anniversary of the State of the Union, so it would have been 80, in the 80s, late 88.
Yeah, of the 19th century or something.
Yeah. So there I was with Christopher Columbus saying, look, mate, I think you're going a bit far now. Chopping off slaves' hands is just a no-no.
So anybody know about this attack in Reading recently?
Yeah, I've just seen this. It's like just happened about an hour ago. There's been a stab thing.
Oh, blimey. I've not heard this.
Reading stabbings. 3 people stabbed to death in terror incidents in Park. Arrested man is reportedly Libyan, and the police say there is no link to the BLM protest held at the site hours earlier.
Well, there was a BLM protest.
Well, Libyans have a grudge, so yeah.
3 people have died.
Everybody has a grudge against the British.
One person has
been
arrested.
Has anybody seen Prophet recently? Prophet got off on one.
Okay, just the incident was terrorism.
I haven't seen or heard anything for a couple of weeks. He normally drops me a message about some weird event that's happened.
Usually. He could just be working loads.
Oh, and the attendance to Trump's Tulsa campaign thing is well below campaign's expectations.
Ooh.
So they were expecting to sell like 1 million or something, easily sell 1 million or something tickets, but they're going well below the 20,000 mark or something.
So that means there are a lot of sensible people who know you shouldn't be gathered in a large crowd right now.
Or Trump is in even more trouble than he realizes.
Well, I mean, a lot of Republicans have started making a bipartisan push and supporting Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So that's
Well, the whole Lincoln Project, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Oh, this
that's
is
the end
gonna
of
be
him
fun.
as a president.
Yeah, it's becoming less and less likely that he's going to be re-elected.
I feel
Maybe
like Biden might actually have more support from Republicans than Democrats at this point.
I'm not going to count my chickens, but I hope so.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to count my chickens either.
Hey,
no, not everybody is like lefty fucking Twitter, dude.
Yeah, hey.
If you actually go outside and you look at
I'd just like to
shit
congratulate actually all the cynical lefties who thought, yeah, if Trump's really that bad, then it's going to be a nice big blue wave, and then we can take over. Well done, well done. You were right. You were right. Congratulations. It just cost thousands of people's lives. Hope it was fucking worth it.
Hey, you can't break an omelet. Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
Can't break an omelet without making some eggs. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing that I started noticing. None of these fuckers vote.
Yeah, that's
None of these
sort of the
fuckers
problem
vote.
with that is really the problem that this 2020 has identified. The primary season of 2020 has identified the real problem with American electorate, which is that the young people on Twitter who make all the noise don't do shit.
Oh,
with it.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, just look at the energy there was for Sanders on the internet, and nobody came to vote for him.
Well, those
Yeah,
the
same
thing is,
with
those
Corbyn.
people are voting. The thing is, those people are voting. It's just that their peers aren't.
If you think about Black Lives Matter and essentially the policy changes that need to be implemented in terms of like appointing a mayor, changing local policies so there's less systemic racism, that sort of thing. All of these elections take place on the local level. If you look at polling in terms of who's participating in these local elections, it's a bunch of old fucking white guys.
Same old, same old.
So you're going to get that representation in your system. And people are like, well, the system's broken.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Wonder
the
why.
US system is broken. But so
Right,
is
but
the British.
The broken, everyone's concentrating on the top, and when really the break is all the way at the bottom with people, you know.
Yeah, well, racism was solved when you had a black president, wasn't it?
Young
Right.
people don't fucking vote. The second they start taking more responsibility and they start looking at their local candidates and they start making demands of these local candidates and put the same amount of effort they put into their fucking Twitter accounts, then you're going to get change.
Well, and
Yeah.
just the effort they put into calling out, you know, the presidents and the senators and whatnot. They never, or even the local representative in Congress, they don't spend even a quarter of that energy on their local communities where they actually have the ability to make some sort of substantive difference by their
Or they could just do what they do in Australia. It is actually the law in Australia that you have to vote or you get fined.
There are small countries
I don't
like
think that's a good idea in America. You do not want every Tom, Dick, and Harriet in America voting. You will get Republican toxic nonsense forever.
You're going to get that anyway.
Did you just say you don't think fining people for not voting is a good idea?
Correct. I don't think fining people for not voting is a good idea because let me put it this way. I don't think that's a good idea, but also I think the goal to have everyone vote is wrong.
I see. So you want the right people voting.
That's right.
No, the left people voting. The left people voting.
I want informed people voting. People who
I haven't looked into it.
Oh God, informed people. Have you seen your country?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Making everyone vote will not make the problem better.
I don't know how I feel about mandatory voting. I'm not dismissing the idea. I'd have to do like more research on that, to be honest. But like, the main problem the U.S. has right now is that voting rights are under attack. Places like North Carolina have been in front of the Supreme Court for essentially systematically targeting Black people and their rights to vote, and this is happening everywhere.
It makes you mad. Like I'm actually a fan of voter ID laws because I think it's insane to not, have some sort of validation and just anyone can literally just show up and there's no proof that they're even who they say they are, and you can just vote multiple times as multiple people and just throw out. But the problem is that then you get the Republicans who are, the main purporters of voter ID and other such things. They actually fucking say on camera that this is great because it's being used to depress minority turnout.
I know.
Well, you're just being racist then. Fuck. God damn it.
Again, to all the Americans out there, hello, colonists.
We need to make identifying people a little bit more easier for like people to obtain like a card that says I am who I say I am in terms of like voter ID and that sort of thing, just to have like a modicum of accountability when it comes to the electoral process. And not make them have to like, drive a fucking hour to the goddamn, voting booth that they have to like represent themselves at, especially if they're working 2 fucking jobs. Like, who's realistically going to do anything in that kind of a situation? What I would do tomorrow as the president of the United States is I would make it mandatory for companies to pay their employees to go vote.
Or, I've got one for you, make polling a public holiday.
That's how we have it in Canada. You have, I think, an hour or 2 of paid voting time.
Over here in the Netherlands, you get sent a card when there's elections. You get sent a card to your place of residence, so everybody is already automatically registered to vote. Everybody who is allowed to vote, anyway.
Yeah, same here.
And I can go to any polling station in the city I live in or the municipality I live in. I can go to any of those polling stations and I can vote from 8 in the morning till 9 in the evening.
I heard there's one state.
But I do have to have an ID card or passport to prove who I am.
I heard there's
along with the card.
I heard there's one state in America which has voter ID, but interestingly, they don't accept a university ID as a form of ID, but they do accept a gun license as a form of ID.
Of course they do.
It's been nice hanging, but yeah, I think I'm gonna call it an evening.
Sleep well.
Hey, Mel, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Love
Have a
to
nice
see you
evening.
again. And you,
I'm actually gonna go as well.
All right.
Good night, friends.
What I would say on the voting thing is, if you don't vote, then don't fucking start whinging about the party who gets in, because you had a chance to do something.
Right.
As pathetic as our system is, I mean, I might as well not bother voting because my MP has such a huge majority.
Does it count about whining? Does it count as, here's an interesting one. If you don't vote, does it count as whining about the guy in charge if you always hate the guy in charge no matter who it is?
Well, you have the opportunity to say, I don't want this party in.
Right.
I mean,
right.
personally,
I
am.
If
I
you
do
just
like the
don't
idea.
care, like every time it's
form,
a person, they just
I do
don't
like this. I dislike the first past the post system because it basically, I mean, in places like where I am, where my MP has a huge majority, it doesn't matter if, it basically means my vote don't count. Whereas if you have the proportional representation thing, I might still end up with the same MP, but the party might not be that party.
Right. It's not just saying that you don't want a certain party in. Like if Kyle Kalinske, because he's kind of a Bernie or buster, if he decided to say, okay, you know what? I am going to go to the voting booth and I'm gonna spoil my ballot. I'm gonna strike my ballot. That I'd respect a lot more than somebody who doesn't vote, because he's actually providing a recorded account that he is not in favor of anybody on the ballot, which is supposed to inform the electorate, but people don't even take that particular step. They just stay on.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember watching a comedic show about elections. Or it might have been the last one, I'm not sure, but they had an MP on, and they were talking about people spoiling their ballots, and there was actually one where once someone spoiled his ballot by just drawing penises in all the parties, but they actually accepted it as a form of vote based on the fact that one penis seemed a lot better than the other.
Well, there was the campaign for none of the above, wasn't there?
What was that?
Do you know, basically, one of the things was, in fact, I think it could be in Australia where you know, because they have to vote, but they could vote none of the above.
Oh, cool.
What
Lord
happens?
Buckethead
Gets a majority. Do they have to go back and?
I have I don't know, to be honest.
It's not really about Lord Buckethead these days. Now it's all Count Binface, because the guy who was Lord Buckethead in the previous one before the one we've had now, he ended up having a battle with the planet Copyright and lost that battle, and he's now Count Binface.
Good. Buckethead's a dude too. Buckethead's like a guitar player.
But interestingly, someone for the Monster Raving Loony Party was able to obtain the copyright and did run in the same constituency as Lord Buckethead. And when they announced the votes, they announced Count Binface's votes, which Lord Buckethead did his hand like that. Then when Lord Buckethead's votes were announced, it was higher than Count Binface's, so Lord Buckethead was just like with his fingers.
Yeah.
I remember the old Monster Raving Loony Party and Screaming Lord Such.
Carpet the M1. That was my favourite. Proper
Well,
carpet though, not like a low pile or anything like that. Proper shag.
Well, it's to replace the cobbles that they have for the moment they go up north, isn't it?
Count Binface did actually talk to Boris Johnson after he won and spoke to him in Latin. I think he said "dies ascia est" or whatever it is, which is the die is cast, and Boris Johnson responded in kind. And this conversation went on in Latin to the point that Count Binface was like, he looked at him and was like, this guy. I looked at Boris Johnson and I got this feeling of this guy with the bin on his face. He really knows his Latin.
I mean, I'm not gonna mock because I was all for the guy with the boot on his head. So I'm in trouble because Bernie or Vermin Supreme did not, in fact, get his nomination. So I don't know who the fuck I'm gonna vote for. I might honestly not vote. I'm like in furtherance of our whole voting conversation, I might actually not vote for any president. I ain't fucking voting for Biden. I ain't
The only trouble
I
with
ain't
not
voting for a fucking socialist, and I ain't voting for some weirdo fucking anarchist racist dude. So, you know, not that I know who the libertarian guy is. I'm just saying that.
Well, I mean, to my mind, I'd have to, if I was in America, I'd have to vote for Biden because I just wouldn't want Trump. And I think that's a horrible way to have to vote. Yeah, not voting for the person you want, but the person you dislike the most.
To be honest with you, it's a perfectly good harm minimization plan. I mean, it's like when people make these stupid analogies, and a lot of people make these stupid analogies between. Well, yeah, but it's just two types of evil. And it's like, yeah, do you crash into the tree or do you crash into the fucking kids with the pram? That's what we're talking about. You're in the fucking car anyway, guys. It's being steered. It's barreling down the fucking place. You've got a chance to either go left or right. You're going to either hit this or hit that. Yeah, those are your choices. Sorry.
No.
Well, you take out the kids, obviously, because they're probably a burden on the state anyway. Bastards.
I don't really see how Biden's going to be hitting a tree, but okay.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that when people look at them, they look at them as though they're two brands of evil. No, matter who you vote for, the government's always going to get in. Those sort of people. It's like, well,
I mean, what's the qualitative difference between Trump and Biden?
Honestly?
I mean, one seems to be
10 seconds of silence, exactly.
That's in pure incredulity.
Okay.
Do you remember when Justin Trudeau gave like 21 seconds of silence when he was asked by Trump? That's what my silence was. that question was really fucking stupid. So,
I think you're being slightly over there.
Well, no, because like Biden, if you look at his campaign in terms of like what he's for, he's got some extremely socially progressive policies that are there.
So did Trump. Actually, he had some very interesting socially progressive policies, and he was talking about single-payer healthcare for half a second. He's talking about I can't remember. There are a few other things that then just completely disappeared from the website as soon as he got elected.
Let's brutally be honest. All Trump has tried to do is literally look to anything that Obama did and roll it back.
If you're going to use Trump as your baseline for like what is normal, then you have a problem.
I'm not talking about what's normal.
That's essentially the kind of analogy you're drawing by saying, well, look at Trump. Look at Trump, what he did.
Because he's the guy who you have to beat.
Sure, but that's not what we were talking about. What we were talking about was Joe Biden and essentially his quote-unquote evilness in terms of what he's going to be bringing to the table.
And is Trump actually providing those sort of things this time round?
What is the improvement upon quality of life that people can expect from a Joe Biden presidency that they will not receive under a Trump presidency?
Like I said, you're going to have expansion of the ACA, so more people are going to be covered. There's going to be the ending of sort of the what is it, the war against DACA. You're also going to have a Supreme Court appointee that is likely going to be a Democrat and not some batshit insane person like Kavanaugh. I mean, just off the top of my head.
Well, that Supreme Court pick depends greatly on the makeup of the Senate, and it's likely that the Senate will remain in Republican control, which means Biden will have to pick a moderate Republican Supreme Court justice, and that dynamic will maintain across all of Joe Biden's decisions. It'll have these nice progressive sounding labels, but in the policy details, they'll have to do what Republicans tell them, and he'll be okay with that because he likes them and he wants to get along with them. It'll be a conciliatory tone rather than a they'll want to compromise and as opposed to standing firm. So I think that the difference won't be that large. Like if you're the expansion of ACA, for example, is good if you're, well, it's sort of a double-edged thing because it's, if you don't have insurance, then it's better than not having insurance, but it also means that you're now stuck with a good $300, $400, $500 bill for insurance that you're expected to pay, and if you don't have it, then tough gazunkas. So it's it is. I'm not going to say it's nothing, but it's pretty. It's kind of ashes in the mouth to tell them that this is what you need to vote for.
Is that more or less than Trump, though?
Well, I mean, it depends on where you're at. If you're someone who doesn't like, illegal immigrants staying in the country, then you're not gonna like the DACA stuff, for instance. So I think, but on the other hand, if you are one of those immigrants, then you're probably gonna go for Biden. But you'll vote for Biden and then probably get deported by ICE anyway. There's the question how much he actually cares.
Economic future of the United States in terms of like all of the trade dealings that Trump has essentially been completely and totally fucking up to the point where he's like surrendering every single sort of foothold that he had in Asia to China.
I mean, the Democrats are pretty friendly with China too. China has pretty big influence in Hollywood, for example.
No, I'm saying Trump has been a disaster in terms of the economy, economic ties that he's had with China, and that would not be the case under Joe Biden.
So you think that?
Well, he did decide to have a tariff war in the 21st century, which is a bit odd, really.
Well, yeah. I think that my suspicion is that Biden will probably do quite a bit of selling out to the Chinese as well. So you know.
Well, I mean, there's quote unquote selling out, but like you have to be a little bit pragmatic and realize that China is an economic superpower, and you can't really expect to do well in a global economy without going through China, which means you're going to have to make certain concession. One of which might necessarily be, you know, sort of looking the other way while they're genociding the Uyghurs.
All right.
So Trump's done that already.
Yeah.
No, Trump has actually imposed sanctions against China because of their treatment for the Uyghurs.
Right. Whereas Biden will presumably, you know, you shouldn't do that. Okay, thanks.
Or they might come up with some sort of an economic alternative to kind of circumnavigate China. Maybe, you know, going to places like Australia, for instance. It's just that right now Trump is not at the bargaining table for like any of the dealings that are happening. He's just sort of imposing tariffs and expect people to follow.
I think Biden probably do a better job than Trump at causing fewer problems with our allies.
Yeah, I thought that was. That wasn't Trump. That was the Congress.
For what?
As in sanctions on China.
I mean, he signed them.
I don't think so.
If the law came
here,
from Congress, he signed it, so I'm sure he
House of
agreed with it.
Representatives overwhelmingly approved legislation calling for sanctions on Chinese officials deemed responsible for the oppression of the Uyghur Muslims, sending a bill to the White House for President Trump to veto or sign into law. So this was 28th of May, 2020.
Yeah, so the House is behind.
Quite a long time. Yeah.
The House is behind Trump in that, but like.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's jumped to action for them, is it? They sent it up to him, and that was May 28th.
See, this is your brain going into that mode where like everybody else is evil. No, sometimes people actually do some good things.
No,
so
what you were saying was that he signed this, and what I'm saying is he's only just signed this. While Bolton, on the other hand, is releasing paperwork saying that he basically couldn't give a fuck about them when he was doing deals with China.
Well, yes, on his official government.
Trump signs bill to punish China with sanctions over Uyghur Muslim treatment.
Yes, a bill devised by the House.
That's how they all work. So they agree. I'm not really sure.
So you're not. This isn't the responsibility of the president to sign bills made by these people. Yes, you can either veto them or not.
No, the responsibility of the president is to sign the bills that he personally agrees with, which is the authority that he has exercised. He wouldn't sign it if he didn't think it was a good idea.
Yeah, at the time.
Yeah, a month ago.
Okay.
Why is it? Why a month ago?
Because it didn't show up before then.
I don't understand how
Let's
could
have a
Trump
look, then.
possibly do a
Let's
good
have a
thing.
look.
Everybody's evil and
Okay,
stuff.
then. So,
I'm being
so there's
totally
no-
objective.
So you're talking right, we've got a bill that's just passed through, right? It's been signed, right?
Sure.
Right, when we were talking about these Uyghur Muslims.
Here's a question.
When
Can
have
Trump
we been Can I just ask a question that
years.
people can answer?
No,
How long
I
has
have
this been going on for?
I'm really not interested in going down this bullshit road with you, Rob.
So in other words, you just get to say what you get to say, I don't, right?
Exactly.
That's okay. That's fine. So we're at that level now, is it?
Apparently.
Well, I mean, like you don't want to hear like what's going on.
Well, I say to you, well, I'm trying to, but how it works is this. Well,
no,
yeah,
you're
but my
going
point, but not your point, not your point. But my point, not your point. You suck. You're just stupid. You don't learn nothing, and this is your way of discourse. It doesn't really help out.
Well, this is essentially every single conversation or disagreement that we've ever had.
No, you've ever had.
Wow.
No.
Yeah.
No, this is how it always plays out, because you bring up these sort of anecdotal sort of nothing burgers in terms of like your position, and then I'm like, well, no, if you take a look at this, and you look at it sort of objectively.
Yes, now I'm actually no. I just talk over you when you're talking over me.
No, what I'm saying,
what I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you is this: is that you're just stupid, and what you do is you get really upset when somebody's actually got a point that's different from yours, and then what you do is you call them stupid as your method of getting out of actually addressing what they have to say.
I'm just tired of
You're not tired, otherwise you would have actually just let somebody speak rather than interrupt them. That's a tired person. Somebody like this is just angry and they need to win. Rather than actually have a conversation with somebody, they need to beat them in some way because they get highly competitive and then they get into this mode where they're they're fixated on it. And then they've got to win and they've got to win and they get really, really upset and they get really angry. And then they block people.
The fatigue that I'm getting, it has to do with people and their ability to be objective when it comes to sort of reading into politics. Are you going to actually read what I've got to say, or are you just going to tell other people what they get to say? Well, you let me know when you want me to finish this thought.
Okay, I will, because I was trying to finish a thought, but you actually interrupted that. That's why we ended up with this little conversation here. What I was saying to you was earlier, we've had Bolton has been in with Trump for God knows how many months, and he's basically talking to him as though he can just do whatever the hell he likes. He doesn't say anything to him as far as using this within his actual trade talks, which most presidents generally tend to do. He didn't give a shit about them for some reason, but for now, right at the very end, when he's just about to go into an election, you're going to say that, oh yeah, he always gave a fuck about them. And you just say it as though, yeah, innocent. And weirdly, this is in defense of Trump on this one, when you're actually talking to Biden, who you're now saying would be undoing this, while you're talking to Drew, who is asking for a decent reason here.
So the whole point behind this is that it's not a good idea to assign malice when there are better explanation as to why people are essentially doing so.
Yes, it's always that way. It's absolutely that way. You're insane. You're insane, mate. You have just completely forgotten about malice in your equation of people. You're now looking at them as though they're just like leaves in the fucking wind.
No,
Drew, you deal with this. I need to smoke.
It's the least probable thing that manifests. And what I have as proof to that is, people who actually do work in the field of cognitive science, like Julia Shaw, who happened to come out with a book called Evil and sort of explains these things.
All right, are you getting a fucking commission on plugging this book or something? What is going on here?
No, it's just how one should operate. If you're curious about something, about somebody's motivations, instead of inferring from your dumb fuck, sort of mentality, try to understand what makes people tick and why they might necessarily go and do certain things. Here's a better motivational imperative. It's because, Trump essentially didn't get help from Xi Jinping to help win his re-election, which was sort of stated in Bolton's book. He probably wanted to get back at China, and that was the motivation behind it. Because Trump is a child, and this sort of tit-for-tat thing is historically present within the way he deals with anybody. He did that to Bill Maher when he started making jokes about him. He took him to court.
Yes. God, I love that.
So instead of just saying, oh, Trump is evil, that says nothing about a person, their character, what their motivations are. It just puts them in an outgroup for you to hate. And then you end up having, completely and totally retarded fucking opinions about politics as a result. But if you take the time to actually read up on this shit, you might understand their motivations a little bit more and be able to infer exactly what's going on in these people's fucking heads. And then you're going to be better equipped to actually deal with it.
Well, you're right. Trump is actually just very simplistic and controlled completely by his id.
He's a fucking child. It's like a child in the playground. And he is trying to control that space in the playground. Somebody comes over and starts, saying mean things about him, he's going to whine about it. That kid's saying mean stuff about me. He's trying to find the teacher
Pascal,
on the world stage, and there is none.
I don't understand, why should we learn more about people and what motivates them when we can just shout on Twitter that they're racist? It's so much easier.
Or sexist, for that matter.
Yeah, or ist. Just ist.
One thing that set me down this road was like, how the fuck does somebody like Trump get elected? And I didn't have an answer at the time.
I mean, yeah, okay, now you're triggering me, because it feels like what you have done seemed to me like the obvious thing that people would be forced to confront. But what's happened instead is that they've all decided to opt out. And then they're confused when they get another fucking old white guy at the top of their ticket. Because they refuse to learn the lessons of history that teach us that people refuse to learn the lessons that history teaches us.
Yeah.
So there's my soapbox.
So, either way.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to move people into being more objective. Like, get out of this, like, stop identifying yourself with fucking labels. Number one. Stop being a socialist. Stop being a fucking socknap. Stop being a liberal. Stop being a fucking conservative. This shit's useless. All it does is it makes you dumber.
By the way, on an alternative note, all the people who want to who keep putting their personal pronouns in their Twitter profiles, the only reason you need me to fucking know those pronouns is if I wouldn't expect you to call you by those pronouns.
That's true. It depends. I have people, so maybe Twitter, but I see email signatures at work that include the pronouns, and they are not necessarily used by transgendered individuals. They're often used by allies, cisgendered allies. I've seen.
Oh,
it's
allies,
like
God.
Signal in that way.
Oh, I hate the word allies.
I don't know what we decided to like pronouns. Me, if I see
you were talking about labels and people like to put their pronouns.
Yeah, no, that's entirely different. Like what I'm talking about in terms of an identity is like the more politically active you are and you have sort of a label and the communities you sort of frequent, that's essentially going to be your identity. So anybody who falls outside of that group is going to be into the out group. So if you want to sort of engage with people on sort of that quote unquote other side, you're going to have a difficult time and you're going to have disagreements because one person is saying one thing, another person is saying something. It's like R2D2, right? It's like everybody knows how R2D2 talks because that language is universal. You can go to basically any other place in the world. However, if you look at a Republican and if you look at a Democrat, they're going to have different foundational sort of, what do you call it? Foundational axioms of what harm means. Like harm in the sense of somebody who's a Democrat, they're going to be a lot more. It's going to come from a communal kind of an aspect. Like we should all take care of each other collectively. However, if you're Republican, you're going to be more individualistic because you like people who take risks. You like to sort of prepare people so they can get to the next rung on the ladder faster and better. Each has their own pros and cons, but everybody focuses through those lenses and infers other shit when it comes to like political discourse for things like immigration, for instance.
And some people just want to call you a racist or a sexist for merely saying, I don't care about the gender or ethnicity of a character in this form of media.
It's really easy to dismiss somebody as a racist, yes.
Yeah. Especially if you live off being angry for no reason.
It's really easy to dismiss police officers.
Mm.
Oh, that's so. I was going to go back into The Last of Us 2, but we can do police brutality if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, because like if you look, I've seen certain police videos where it was a good arrest. I mean, they used force, but it wasn't excessive. And some people are belligerent assholes, but people, because they're already primed that all cops are evil, they're already have a conclusion before they're actually going to watch what
I would actually I would actually look at it the opposite way. I would say, oh, do you know all the videos going around that you've seen? So many videos of police officers arresting citizens and having interactions that are basically reasonable and just involving someone being arrested for a crime that they are committing and being booked into jail. No, you don't see that because they're not posting those videos because nobody cares.
Exactly. It's not going to get any sort of validation on social media whatsoever. It's like, oh, I had a run-in with a police officer and he just stopped this person and they got him into the car and there was no tussle and nobody was violent and, they just went over to the station and booked him. You're never going to see those interactions, which is the majority of interactions.
On the topic of the idea of all police are evil and all that, I mean, there's the whole thing about defund the police, and I can understand the reason behind it, and I can even agree with it. But now there's something my dad was saying I didn't. But hang on.
To say that the most hilarious thing to me is people when they say defund the police doesn't actually mean defund the police, and they come.
Yes, I know. That's why I agree with that. But apparently, in Minneapolis, where the Black Lives Matter protest was happening, I don't know if there's a guy who was leading it or whatever, but apparently he does. But whoever this was involved does actually want to get rid of the police in Minneapolis entirely, saying all the people can police themselves, or maybe there's one of those words, but it was something like that.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that, I'm okay with it because it's in Minneapolis. Wouldn't be okay with it like countrywide, but I think that, you want to try that experiment. I'm in California. We'll see how it works out.
But when you hear stuff like that, why is everything in America so binary on-off? I'm like, no, you can't just get rid of the fucking police entirely.
Because that's how it works. You spend years and decades of living under some sort of system, and then you're trying to make it work, but then something just bubbles up, and you're just like, fuck it, I can't take it anymore. It all has to go.
So the entire reason the defund and abolish police thing started to gain ground is because there was a socialist, I forget his name, who wrote a paper in regards to defunding the police. And the actual motivations that are behind it are this 19th century nonsense that because, how does it go again? Yeah, the rich oppress the poor, the rich control the state, the police are tools of the state, therefore the rich are using the police to oppress the poor. So they want to get rid of the police so they can have their violent little revolution. And that's essentially the quote-unquote Turner Diaries version only for socialists. And that's why you have these fucking dog-whistly hashtags that are starting to manifest in mainstream political discourse. And it takes John Oliver 20 fucking minutes to explain this shit to people.
I think it's basically true. Like when you say, like the police are used by the state as a tool. Like I think that's something that I wish more people like activists, in the BLM movement would keep in mind with the whole hate. It's like a lot of the people you're yelling at are not that much better off than you. If you go like look at how they live their lives, they're not paid very well. They get shit on all the time. And they usually live in kind of crap places because they don't want to live in cities.
I certainly agree with the idea of defunding the police, but given just simply because you look at the fact that holy shit, you've got a lot of money for a lot of armored vehicles and a lot of weaponry. I'm like, holy fucking shit, do you need all this?
Here's an interesting one. Did you know that Castro actually hired most of his police from the countryside?
Okay.
Like rural areas?
Yeah. Because they really didn't like sort of it's sort of like a bit of a meme between sort of city and city folk and country folk, isn't it? He wanted a set of people that were sort of on his side. He didn't think that the sort of like the liberals would be able to do his dirty work for him.
Was there any sort of problems with discrimination as a result, I'm wondering? Because the thing with people who are in rural environments, they have a lot less of an experience in terms of diversity. And I'm not sure like what the diversity over in Cuba. I'm assuming considering they're poor, it's going to be majority Cubans and it won't be an issue at all. But I don't know. That's sort of interesting. I'd have to look into that.
I think it's sort of a meme for sort of if you want to be a dictator, yeah, it does help to get the countryside on your side, really, because they're
Well, it's funny
they're
'cause-
the land, isn't it? You know.
I think that's part of the disconnect too between people who are like, you know, the police are all bad versus the police aren't all bad. Rural is the difference between people who live in rural communities and in suburbs and people who live in cities. Because I think if you live in a smaller community, the police force is probably a lot more relevant to you because they live there and they have a stake in building a stable community. But in the cities, you have a bunch of people packed together into a small space. It's just a bunch of people to take care of. B, there's not a lot of living space in general because that's where a lot
in the
of jobs and
city,
stuff are.
yeah.
And C, unfortunately, a lot of the cops don't even live in the city. They live in surrounding towns. So why would you expect someone who has no stake in the community to try to police it? That doesn't make sense, and it doesn't work.
They're just there doing the job at that point.
Right, it's just a job. And then they're like, why are these people getting mad at me because I hit him in the head and busted him down to county and put him in jail for 3 years, man? It's just a job.
Bakura, you made an interesting sort of a statement in terms of the demilitarization of the police, and that's something that I've been worried about. Yeah,
it was probably by accident. Don't worry.
Because the police are actually, you know,
controversial opinion,
like a fucking army. Like they have actual tanks and shit. So part of me is sort of wondering, and this is all hypothetical bullshit, if it's just because there's so many guns in the United States. And they sort of justified because like if you're going to be a police officer that's going into a situation where somebody has like, you know, 3 AR-15s in their house and a shotgun and all this sort of shit, you're not going to go in there with a fucking handgun. That's just.
But it is also interesting. I mean, when riots were kicking off in Ferguson, I think there was the photo that was used on by a lot of papers and blogs of all these officers pointing at just a random individual, I think. And there was someone who commented on this photo, an actual military officer, who highlighted that they were just holding the guns absolutely wrong in the sense that you don't point them at people like that. If you're trying to arrest or whatever, you hold them at the ground or something.
Yeah, exactly. So lack of training on their part, or maybe they just don't give a shit, and they just...
I think it's mostly that.
Like it could be at that point. Like if you're underpaid, if you're underappreciated, if everybody's shitting on you, like are you really going to give a fuck about the public that you're supposed to be serving and protecting? At the end of the day, maybe not. I know if like people were consistently shitting on me, I wouldn't give a shit about that community.
I would make a point with these Black Lives Matter protests and the police just shooting at them and arresting everyone. I noticed this from Cult of Dusty's live stream. A lot of these officers, I don't remember which state it was, but these officers were actually having their badge numbers covered up. So they kind of knew they were going out there, and people were going to wanted their identification like that.
It's drawing a line in the sand, and it's setting up two different tribes to go to war with each other. That's essentially what's happening. So instead, you need to sort of de-escalate from that point. Like the United States is such a fucking quagmire when it comes to just the criminal justice system as a whole. It makes it incredibly difficult to sort of de-escalate these kinds of things. The mayor, where is Chaz or Chop? Is this called now? Seattle? Yeah, Seattle. The mayor made a really brilliant fucking call, and she said, okay, you know what? We're going to get the cops out of there, because she noticed that every time she introduces police officers into the situation, people get fucking killed. So she decided,
great state of affairs to be in, isn't it?
Well, let's just leave the cops out of the zone. We'll let them cool off, and then we'll
They'll
sort
explode
of
on their own.
Take it back. And it seems to be working. Like people in Chad, they got their little gardens that they're set up in their little anarcho fucking bullshit state.
Did you see that bit on CNN? I think it was a protest in Chicago, I think, where the reporter is just asking the officers, where do you want us to go? Where do you want us to go? And they just arrest him for no real reason.
Some reporters were shot at. Like, fucking hell, they rubber bullets. Like, you're shooting your press. Trump was ready to send in the National Guard. Yeah. Like, he had his finger on the fucking trigger. Like, you have no idea how close the United States was to becoming a militarized fucking country. But somebody, I don't know who, among his ranks, talked him out of it.
Thank fuck.
Yeah.
And also thank fuck that the military thankfully don't particularly like Trump now.
I think it was probably somebody in the military, and somebody basically said, "Fuck off, we're not doing it." And
We're not going to attack our own people.
And so if he, there's like, okay, like when the Queen like gives you a badge, Order of the British, whatever the fuck it is, knighthood or whatever like that. She doesn't just like invite you there. They send you a letter and they ask you if you're willing to accept it. They're not gonna have somebody come up there and kind of go, nah, fuck your badge. They're not gonna have any of that. I think it's very similar in these sort of states of orders. It puts out a feeler to see if anyone's actually gonna fucking play ball at this point.
How is like police interactions over in the UK and Europe? Would you?
It's never really something I think about, but we're over here with now finally getting a lot of reports about police racism, and there's actually one video going around where there was a new guy in the neighborhood, and he was black, and the officer just stopped him, saying, "Well, I've never seen you here before, but I'm more likely to pull you over because you're black," or something along those lines. It literally said this, and he got it recorded on his phone. And it was like, wow.
This is the thing that I can't sort of wrap my head around. Like when you're in a position where you're actually fearing any sort of interaction with police officers as a human being, just because you're black. Like that really gets me. Like there was a STEM student, and she's a biology student, and one of the things she likes to do is to go out at night and try to find lizards, to sort of like look at them and shit, because it's part of like, her passion and stuff like that. And her only fear isn't that somebody's going to come up and rape her. It's that the cops are going to be able to see what she's doing, and they might mistake her actions for something criminal. And that's going to be the end of her.
Wow, that created dead air.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like I've never experienced that in my entire life. That kind of fear, where you're just out in public and you have to be looking out for police officers. Maybe I should like start a career in criminality.
It instantly makes you feel like a criminal.
Yeah.
Because the moment you're fearing the police, you're now already suspicious. You look suspicious, you feel suspicious, you feel like you're under suspicion.
And these individuals, they all know like that not all cops are going to stop them and murder them. It's just that it's happened enough times that fear is like in the back of their head.
Yeah, and they're made to feel as if that they're the enemy, and well, given too much good reason as well.
MP over here, Jess Phillips, actually got in trouble because she tweeted about, with everything going on, she tweeted, I can't remember the exact tweet now, but it was something along the lines of to remind people that it's not all bad, just go outside. Just go outside and enjoy being outside or something like that, to which a lot of people, a lot of black people in particular, started saying, excuse me, Jess, I actually have to go, whenever I go to a shop, I get followed all the time. So
yeah, that's the winner of I don't know which UK sort of a singing show. She was singled out in the shop, and like her dad had to like bring the shop keeper a CD. But why does that happen? It might be because like they have a complete. Well, I mean, this was in London. So, Robin, you've been saying like London's a pretty diverse place. So it
doesn't mean that there isn't racism.
Yeah, I
You know,
understand.
if it's diverse, that means that includes racists. You know,
It's least likely to happen.
No, quite no. Just it's more just as likely, really, if anything, because you know, if you can imagine, out in the sticks where the whole place is just like 100% white, you don't get any racism. Why would you? There's nobody to be racist to.
Maybe that lady's shop is in London and she happens to live in like one of the predominantly white suburban sort of areas.
No. You got to understand is that, like I said, I mean, they're not. If you imagine like racism, there's so many different forms of it, especially out in the home counties. A lot of them don't think they're racist at all, and it's just that they don't. That you know, you have a look at people kind of say Brexit is racist and stuff like that, but there's all the racists did. All the racists aren't interested in more people, more kinds of different people. You know,
right.
It's just that. But as far as like open racism, somebody being a racist piece of shit to somebody out in, you know, yeah, you get that in the city because you just don't give a fuck about people as much out in the city. You know, it may be more diverse, but it also means that you know, nobody gives a shit about you. You're one of millions.
It's more disconnected. Yeah,
that too. But it also means that people are almost free to say whatever the fuck they like, and expect lesser consequences because you're just somebody else. Some people can fuck up anyway, you know. So there's there's that mix that goes into it. It's a very fluid sort of environment, you know. Most of the time, yeah, nobody gives a shit. Once again, you know, you got all kinds of people. Nobody gives a shit about you too. But it also means that the people who hate people, you know, they are still there.
But now with the result of all these Black Lives Matter protests, I mean, you've kind of got an opposite thing going there, because now you have everyone saying how you have to support Black Lives Matter or you're a racist or way, or you have to be anti-racist. I mean, even the BFI. I mean, I have a membership at the BFI, and they've the CEO has sent an email to all its members about how we've always strived to not be racist, but we've never strived to be totally anti-racist, and now we're going to have more programs set up to be anti-racist. And I think you are quite possibly the least racist organization out there. You have a black film festival. You have well, actually, not even just racism, just bigotry in general. You have the BFI flair. No one thinks you're racist, BFI. And I think no one thinks a lot of companies are racist.
I think it's just because, like, because of the way social media works, and because of the way people obtain validation from their peer groups, whenever they're just sort of looking for racism online, like Aunt Jemima, for instance, like Confederate statues and that sort of thing. The statues I'm behind. It's a lot more of sort of a public thing, but like a fucking syrup, nobody knew the history behind Aunt Jemima. You probably had like a bunch of people who had it like in their cupboard, and they were completely and totally unaware until they actually informed people that it was racist and then got rid of it.
But even then, the insistence that you have to show your anti-racist by supporting Black Lives Matter in that sort of way, or I even looked at a cam girl who had to point out on her Twitter, stop telling me what to support. This is not the place for that. If you want to know my opinions, go to my Facebook. This is just a place for horny men or something like that. But it's along those lines, people wanting this platform that has been a certain form of media, given a certain form of attention, and now suddenly saying, no, you have to do, everyone saying, no, you have to do this for it now. Fuck off.
People want their icons to behave or perform the same way that they're performing in front of like their friends and stuff like that when it comes to racism and that sort of thing.
But that's the thing. People who are just trying to provide a certain form of entertainment might just want to perform that entertainment and leave it at that, essentially.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean that's fine and everything to be apolitical. I don't know if it's something that you can actually sort of do in this day and age.
Yeah.
So there's so much shit. It's just that there's so much shit going on. Like at a certain point, I'm like, even Taylor Swift decided to break her sort of apolitical neutrality and start jumping on this. this particular bandwagon. It's just at a certain point, it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't think it works. I think it's as far as like marketing, I don't think it works for younger audiences to be political.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you get to sort of like earlier adult audiences, yeah. But when it's younger audiences, it's when the parents are in control of the purse strings.
Yeah, teenagers just not really wanting to deal with that sort of shit.
Yeah, well, it's not so much that they're not wanting to deal with it, but their parents don't want them to be dealing with it.
Well,
and they're the ones in control of the pocket money. A lot of policing going on in the world.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
so at the end of this Black Lives Matter movement, like after I haven't seen a trend in a while. It's like what was actually accomplished?
Well, a few police officers have been arrested and charged. We've had 3 people hung from trees, which is nice.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I mean, ultimately, some police reforms I would actually like. I mean, it's kind of thing about when something gets this riled up, you do have to go question, all right, do you have a very specific end game? Because that's what Gamergate taught me, really. You need a specific end game and then just bugger off for a bit to not get to a dream.
That's all I want. All I want is clear, defined policies.
And if it's just about
how we're going to reform things, and then we can sort of hold people accountable who are sort of going against that particular grain. That's it.
Yeah, and it's even again with Black Lives Matter. I mean, there's an interesting thing about who are you going to get support, because I was looking at tweets from someone who was replying to someone else about why they're not supporting Black Lives Matter. Now, it's actually a really pathetic and just a very anecdotal thing, but I understand why he's not doing it as well. And he was talking about how when he was in high school, a white guy was dating a black girl, and some black students were very offended by this and said he had jungle fever and just made all kinds of comments like that.
Right.
This harassment got so bad that the black girl and his girlfriend ended up having to move. And now, fast forward a bit, because those black students who don't, I should highlight this, their whole point was they don't think that interracial relationships should happen. Like I said, fast forward, those guys are now part of Black Lives Matter and go through their Twitters, because I was able to find their Twitters, still think interracial relationships are a bad thing.
Right.
Now, yes, that's a really stupid reason to not support Black Lives Matter. But it is an example of
It's like
the kind of people
kind of
might
going,
join.
I'm not racist. It's just every black person I've met, I've had trouble with. You know, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, but like I said, the idea of who is going to support it, and as this whole movement will die down, all you've got left are pretty much the really radical people more than anything else.
Well, now that it's died down, people don't have hashtags to perform on anymore. So they're not talking about it. That's the thing. It's like we're gonna have to wait until like the next
one
black person dies in order for
that
this
was
to start
the
up
other week, though, wasn't
all
it?
over again.
That's a good point.
They literally had 3 black people hung from trees recently, mate. So
I know
it's not going down.
It's fucking sick.
It's gone up.
I was watching Jonathan Pye, who was in support of it, but the thing he kind of highlighted was that how it's great happening. It is kind of great, but this is on Twitter because it looks trendy, and it needs to be trendy because then change happens. And I think, yeah, he's right. And such a shame this trend is now going very, very quickly, as all trends do.
This is my layperson's plan in terms of getting systemic change. Number 1, vote. Number 2, give them the right to vote. Speaking in terms of black people, local elections matter. Police reform needs to be addressed. So you need sort of data-driven studies that will inform politicians on how they can proceed. And there's also like the militarization aspect, which I haven't necessarily read into yet, but like something on that front wouldn't necessarily have to happen. It might have to do with like, you know what? Let's just get rid of every single fucking firearm in the United States of America.
Not from the military, mate.
Well, I mean, if nobody is allowed to have a weapon anymore, you kind of solve that fucking problem where the police necessarily need to be armed to the fucking teeth.
Well, there is the people who've decided to not adhere to that rule. The police will still have to deal with them.
Yeah, even we have that. We have armed police over here to deal with someone with a gun.
I mean,
and that is
I mean, I don't think America should be allowed a gun. I mean, to be frank, they've not been good stewards, really.
But this is what I was talking earlier with America. Why is it Americans have such a binary attitude of on or off? Like whenever someone talks about gun control, it's Fox News is always there saying, "Oh, you're going to tell the army to get rid of their guns?" Like, no, because they're the fucking army. They need guns. It's civilians that don't need guns.
But they know that.
You're gonna run into complications though, because it's not politically what do you call it? Well, no, it's not politically viable to sort of make that kind of an assertion. So you have to start somewhere, and like people like to sort of focus on, well, let's just get rid of the assault rifles and majority
it should
of the
be
cases,
pistols, if anything,
Yeah.
And that's
I don't know. Like, this is something that particular aspect of it, like the whole situation with the police state, is something I'm not comfortable sort of discussing at length with, because like I don't have enough knowledge. I don't have enough information in terms of like what's causing that kind of a problem and what's causing that kind of an escalation to begin with. But yeah, like the what was it? The people in Boston, was it Boston? Like the 37 who decided to essentially leave the squad?
Yeah. It was
those people. I would get rid of all of them and replace them.
Yeah. It's like you wanna leave? Fine. There goes your pension. Bye.
Yeah, just get rid of them.
Get some new bloods in.
Yeah, get rid of them, change the entire system on how you become a police officer, and then get them in there. And the first one being, check their mental state to be sure they don't have some big grudges from when they were in school.
Psychological assessment might necessarily be a good idea. I don't know, maybe they do it already.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do psychological assessments. I think the issue is that I mean, everyone's been talking about all of these different ways for them to basically lie to you. This is the thing. It's people break the laws. People don't kind of, because the police breaking the law, they don't say that they broke the law and then they carry on breaking the laws. It's not that we haven't got stuff in place to stop this, it's that nobody's actually doing it.
Right.
If you've got 4 guys, like 2 of them are knee deep in some black guy's head, and the other 2 are just standing around kind of making sure nobody else interferes, what the fuck is that? You have to arrest that shit.
Dave Chappelle kind of drove that point home, saying 8 minutes and 46 fucking seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is true, but I've heard it only takes something like 4 months in America to become a police officer. Like, Jesus, 4 months only of training?
That's insane.
Imagine we could have spent our time becoming police officers instead of being locked down. You could have got a career as a police officer, apparently, in America. Oh, God. But that's it, really. They get the mates in as well, It's a very family-orientated business, is policing.
Yeah, and the American police are filled to the teeth with money, whereas our police have very little money, and don't know. I want to say not as much violence, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just not looking.
It seems like the money's being allocated more to the resources that police have in terms of weaponry.
But that is essentially what I meant.
Salary and training.
Yeah, that is essentially what I meant.
Yes, they've just got bigger and bigger guns and thicker armor. And it's like, as far as like sending people a message, isn't it really? If you're sort of like saying to your police, you know what, guys, I think we need to be a bit more softly, and they're like, send you special uniforms with, I'm Robin, I'm here to help. Or they're like, here, have this armored tank. It's like, what the fuck am I expecting out there?
Yeah, it's people that think RoboCop is actually a good idea, when it was sort of a satirical take on the future. Like, yeah, we're gonna have cyborgs running around the city fighting crime by shooting people in the nards.
Yeah, and really cool explosions. That's the bit you missed, you see, mate. Everyone's sitting there kind of going, we're all sitting there warning them, and they're all kind of going, cool. That's the difference. It's going to be terrible. There's going to be like roaming robots policing the streets, and they're like, sounds brilliant.
Yeah, you saying RoboCop was a bad idea?
Yeah. These are the same people that thought Jaws was a movie about a shark.
I've not seen Jaws, so I can't really comment.
It's like, somebody was saying, like, spoiler movie, and I was thinking, Jaws 2? It's like, what's the point? The whole movie. If you've never seen Jaws, the whole movie is about the interplay of really stupid people in control of really important things.
Oh.
And how money can get in the way of sensible actions. In fact, COVID, the whole COVID thing, is basically Jaws as far as the story arc. It's Jaws right there. Except we don't get the bit where we go fishing at the end.
Yeah, because there was a whole argument with the mayor. Because the mayor, what he was trying to do, he was trying to essentially have
Mayor Quimby
income for tourism, and he was saying, like, look, if we close down the beach, nobody's gonna stick around and start paying. So he just said, no, we're gonna do our thing. So everybody went into the beach, and the shark started eating people.
Yeah, and everybody just remembers the shark. This was a film. It's a beautiful. This is why you don't. Jaws 2 was a pointless article. There was no sequel here. People. This is why this is why films get ruined. This is why we have like 2010. You know that? You ever seen that film? It's out there.
Don't think so.
All I can say is Roy Schneider is a fucking whore. That's all I have to say on this subject. Because he was in that as well.
I'm pretty sure, like,
a fucking sequel to 2001. The sequel to 2001, 2010. It's out there.
I'd have to rewatch it. All I recall is I like this better than 2001 because 2001 was boring as fuck.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Robin's like,
yeah, I know.
I know why you're saying this, Pascal. I know why. I know. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I don't.
Maybe it's a Canadian thing. I don't know.
I don't have the same level of appreciation for cinematography. So, yeah. In terms of like just sort of the shots that I put together, how he was able to sort of interpret space, which was revolutionary at the time because nobody ever did these kinds of shots before. And nobody ever thought of, like, you know, well, how is space going to sort of fold? Like, how are people going to move in these kinds of environments and be able to translate it so well onto the screen? Yeah. But to me, it was, like, really, really dull.
Oh, yeah, but it's a Kubrick movie. They're always boring.
Because it was...
It had dialogue in it. That's Kubrick right in a nutshell. Look, you either get Kubrick or you don't when it comes to the dialogue. I don't get him with the dialogue. I understand everything else. But it's like, why have you got to play everybody so dry?
Well, hang on. I mean, I'm like Pascal. I found 2001 AD rather dull, but I did like. I love the Clockwork Orange.
That was a solely British movie. That one.
It's because I'm extremely ignorant when it comes to sort of cinematography and that sort of thing. I'm more about dialogue. I'm more about like a cerebral experience than I am about like how a shot's set up. But ever since I started, you know, talking to Robin, I have started noticing things a little bit more. So maybe like with enough time hanging out with him, I'm gonna start appreciating these films more.
It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective, Pascal.
Well, it's like fuck. What movie was I watching recently? Bourne, the first one, the Bourne Identity. And I thought that film was pretty brilliant in terms of how they presented certain aspects. Like when he wakes up from his amnesia, they got a shot so perfect. Like they had him in a mirror, like Matt Damon, to the point where you couldn't recognize Matt Damon in the mirror anymore. He just looked like this completely other person, which is kind of how Matt Damon would have felt in that kind of an instant. The whole shot took like maybe about 5 to 10 seconds, but just little shit like that that people like put forethought into and put it into a production. I'm starting to notice just because
the one thing about that really annoyed me about the Bourne Identity was how many people stole from it, and so badly. Was the like I don't know the term for it, but it was just this like supercut that people do, and there's like 16 different camera angles, and it's like 18 different fucking cuts between these cameras just for somebody climbing a fence. Like, oh my god, guys, wow. And it was done so beautifully in the first one. Second one, it started to get a bit samey on that sort of front, and it got a little bit over the top in the last one. I was in the last one, but it was at the time it was a bit of a bit much for some people. It was a bit too sort of harrowing, but it lent itself perfectly to the actual material that they were using. You know, that was the thing. So it lent very well. It always felt as if like somebody was like just having little. Imagine when you're hurried and you look over your shoulder, and everything sort of is in motion blur for a second, and then you see something, and then you motion blur back to the front of you, and then you're seeing something again. You know, when you're rushed and hurried, it had managed to sort of get that sort of feeling put through.
Like it did some insane things, like the fucking the car accident where you're sort of like you have the side profile of him driving down the street, and then you see a car coming up and hitting him. That was fucking sick.
I've never seen the Bourne films. I don't think the only real fact I know about Bourne Identity is that it was the first film in the UK to be rated 12, had the new rating of 12A. A lot of people think it's Spider-Man, but no, it was Bourne Identity.
Thank you for that trivia. See, folks, it ain't just chatter. We come up with some completely useless trivia too. You are welcome. And
back, Drew.
At that time, I've got people. Oh, who's this? Have we got more coming in? What's going on here?
Oh, Drew just came back in.
Drew just came back in. Hello, Drew. Are you back?
Hello.
Are you not?
Hi. Yep.
Okay.
What's up?
So where are we? Because we're like it's midnight midnight now. What time did we start? About 8:30?
Oh. Yeah, we started 8:30.
So we're at the 4-hour mark.
Sleepy time.
Did you talk about your Twitter situation?
I did. Oh yeah. I'm off Twitter. Sorry, that's why I've taken the thing off the bottom bit there. I can't be arsed. Because like you send them a thing, and then the automated thing comes back, and it's gonna be like one of those again, isn't it? They keep on giving me emails telling me how they've got rid of the trolls, and it's like, well, that's great, that's brilliant. Thanks for letting me know about how your platform is safe for me to come back to.
Oh, did you talk about being showcased in cyberbullying book or study?
Oh, that. Oh my god, that.
Wait, what?
What was that
What
book?
happened?
Where was that again? I don't even know where to find the link for that now.
Let me see if I can find it.
There was this, somebody's written this book, and I'm like one of the internet harassers in this book.
Oh, of course you are.
Yes, I am.
Here it is. Hold on. Let's go paste that over here.
I'm a game developer, apparently.
Hey.
So well researched.
Oh, God. Oh, good.
Ethan, if you're listening, you're in there. You're one of my acolytes. Apparently I'm some sort of weird thought leader. It's amazing. Oh god. They've even got like my influence circles and stuff like that. Apparently I'm egocentric. Hey! Everybody looks at me. I'm like the Steve Jobs of the open house. What a waste of fucking time those people must be.
Wow.
Can you imagine trying to sell a book like that? Just like the book's selling for like $40 or something, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
God.
You know what you should do? You should buy the copy, because I'm pretty sure the person's going to get a notification of who purchased the book. And they're going to see...
I wrote a review and it just goes, you people are fucking weird. That's my review. You people are fucking weird. There's one thing to be some sort of internet harasser, and I suspect there's a few of them out there. But then to this, it's like internet stalking but legal.
Like, why don't you pick Keemstar or somebody like that? That would seem to me to be like the prime candidate for it, considering that's his goddamn job.
Yeah, I had like 1,000 people watching my show live once. What the fuck, guys? That's the worst I became. That's the most fucking threat I was. 1,000 people. There's like 7 billion people in the world.
Was that like a Derek Smart?
No. At some point in the open house, I had to get rid of these people. They were not my kind of people, to be honest. Well, let's say some of them were, some of them weren't, but there was a lot that were just fucking awful. And it was, we were having a lot of fun and stuff like that, but I could feel a lot of people trying to like do all kinds of weird machinations, and it's like, it's not, some people try to own your show. Do you know, have you ever had that? People that try to sort of like steer it in ways?
I see what you mean. Yeah, I've seen
doing all kinds of weird underhanded shit and stuff like that. And the moment they get fucking caught out, they either fuck off or try and make up some shit about you or whatever the fuck. They're always
that
fucking.
It happened with socialists over at Destiny stream. It's like they're just sort of salivating. They want him to like read their little ideological books and to sort of agree with what's in there. And then
then it's sniper fire time.
Yeah, exactly. When he didn't, what happened was like some people were like going after his kid, they were going after his girlfriend, they were going after these people are fucking nuts. When you just say, no, I don't want to buy into this crap, I believe in this, they're like, no, not having it. You're a fucking terrible person. You're complete and total shit, and we're gonna make you like regret ever, saying bad things.
I was given some severe warnings. I was. I was given some like.
I'm just looking at the reviews for that online harassment book. It's got only 5 people have rated it, and they've all rated it at 1 star. But one person's put an actual proper review in it. It says, this book is absolute garbage. It contains several basic errors that are apparent within even the most basic research. And it couldn't even get Zoe Quinn's name right.
So
yeah,
I'm in a hot garbage book. Yeah.
You've been immortalized as a cyberbully.
Yay! I'm now. No, I've already been immortalized because I've got a tune that's playing out into the universe anyway. So.
Oh, cool.
I've already got my claim for fame. Before it all got sort of digitalized. So it's like a live signal, 22 kilohertz, 22.2 kilohertz, and
I've lost
a tune playing out into the universe. People 10 light years away from me can just about hear this tune, and it's going on. It's just this rolling, repeating tune for about 2.5 years. All they got to do is tune into the right frequency, and there it is. And it won't fucking shut up. For 2.5 years.
You should write a script where a bunch of musicians do that, and then the aliens start thinking that they're sort of rulers of the planet, and they come to Earth, and then when they realize you're not in power, they make it so they start a war with the entire world, and a band becomes leaders in the actual world.
Why don't you write that? You're the one with the story, dude. That's not how writing works. Person with the idea.
That requires effort on my part.
So you were hoping to give it to me, Mr. Effortful over here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're the one who's...
I can just pump scripts out of my ass, can I? Just squeeze them out like a little spot.
Yeah, you can, Robin.
I don't know the first thing about writing script. I guess I could learn, but I wouldn't write this one.
Well,
the one I would write.
Is it a film script?
This is my film script that I am too lazy to write currently.
Okay, so we TLDR'd that already. We're just trying to work out what this is, because then it might be a decent pitch. Let's see where this goes.
My film script is
in lieu of an outro.
A black musician who's growing up in
topical.
Yeah, exactly. Who's growing up
just home from a tree.
No, but funny you mention that. Their sort of their life story, the hardships that they go through, which ends up in them taking their own life, would be my story. But there's a twist. The twist is after sort of the tragic life story of this individual happens, it cuts away to a room where you have a white businessman who's sitting down with sort of an official looking kind of person. And what it is that entire experience that he's had has been implanted into him because he didn't have empathy towards the poor. And the judicial system of the future, what they do whenever you essentially transgress over a group of people because of your lack of experience and understanding of that group of people, they give you an experience or a lifetime as a marginalized individual of that group. So you become a reformed member of society. And then that person starts taking actions that are positive instead of negative. I'd call it the veil. And it's based on the principle of the veil of ignorance.
Okay. That's a sci-fi concept.
Yeah.
Under what story though? Because there's no story there right now.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that I have to fill in. So one of the things is I'd start looking at what are sort of generally the kind of things that people experience in that kind of a situation, like the social pressures we were talking about earlier, like how people are in fear of their lives whenever they have to interact with police officers.
But what I mean is that right in this, you've got a framework around which this person must be. But there's no reason as to why they've done what they've done. There's no what have they done? Why have they done it? In what way would they be redeemed in this way? And why would they learn this lesson this way?
It could be something to do with, like, they decided to sort of like what happened in 2008, where people were like selling toxic mortgages and that sort of thing. It could be something similar to that kind of a situation, only in the financial world. They took a specific action because they didn't necessarily have any empathy for these individuals. They were just, quote unquote, being businessmen. But when it turns out, through closer inspection, what they did was unethical, because it actually ended up harming a lot of people, which led certain families essentially necessarily having to move to other neighborhoods. Some people like becoming homeless, that sort of thing. So it would be like a big CEO of a company that essentially...
Okay. Before you continue that, my question is that how are you going to be painting this particular thing as a public good or a public bad? Would it be considered a punishment, or would it be considered a something that is worked out very well for society, not so much something that people fear?
So the goal is to try to get people to think about how experiences essentially color our perspectives and our actions. So for the CEO, who has very little experience with the public he's essentially taking advantage of, he's going to take these actions just because in his mind what he's doing is, well, if I'm not going to do it, other people are going to do it, so I might as well go ahead and do it myself, so I can get the edge and I can get the money, and I'm going to be the one who benefits from this, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no, what I mean is that at the moment you're sort of, it's bordering in a kind of a trading places sort of scenario here.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. If you imagine, if you want to get a good story out of this, it shouldn't really center, at the moment, let's say I'm listening to the pitch for Jaws, but I'm only hearing about the shark.
I see.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it hasn't really been fleshed out. I just think that it's an interesting sort of perspective to take, and in order to fill in the blanks, well, that would require me to do some more writing and some more exploration on that particular idea. But essentially, the whole thing is to have a punitive system that sort of delivers experiences of individuals that you normally wouldn't gain experience from, in order to sort of correct certain behaviors that might manifest just because of that ignorance.
Well, you need to, obviously, a lot of the time when it comes to, especially when it comes to sci-fi, is that you're showing this as a warning for the future, if you will, or as a warning about if this were to be utilized, if you see what I mean.
I wouldn't necessarily cast it as a cautionary tale, just as a potential punitive system of the future that might necessarily yield result. Because if you think about it, if you happen to have that kind of, like, if all of a sudden I were to go to sleep, right, and I were to get the experience of, let's say, a black woman in the United States, maybe in Minneapolis, and I would have her entire lifetime just sort of play out in the moment that I'm sleeping, and I'd wake up, and all of a sudden I'm no longer that person anymore, I might have a different perspective to everything.
Well, okay. Well, in that particular case, rather than necessarily having something that actually embeds experiences into somebody, you could work it in a slightly different way, in the sense that perhaps it was some new technology that was being showcased, which produced some fear in somebody, or produced some sort of negative emotion within somebody, to stop them, to make them afraid of doing the wrong thing, let's say. And so it was some sort of, almost like a installed mental illness. perhaps actually, something that this person tries to escape, they manage to pay somebody to get rid of, get rid of the charge, for example. People find out that this person's trying to get rid of the charge. Those people get arrested. They're in trouble. They've already got, they've already been implanted with some device that's, fucking with them. He's trying to run out from that, for example. Makes his escape, gets out of there. Now he's nobody. Before you had this person who was completely, had everything at their back. They were swimming in money. And now they're an outlaw. They're completely separated from society now that they're outside of that society. Now they can actually live that experience rather than necessarily have it enforced upon them.
That's one way to go about it. But I think it's important to sort of illustrate to the audience that essentially
living out the experience will help them understand.
Well, you are the sum of what you've been able to experience within the very finite amount of time that you have on Earth. If you haven't lived in an area as a black person and understood what it means to be that kind in that kind of a situation, you might have a little bit of empathy, but more often than not, you're going to be ignorant to that sort of reality, and whatever you infer from that point onward is going to sort of make you kind of blind to it ties into the sort of implicit bias kind of the thing.
But empathy is a voluntary thing, isn't it?
Empathy is something that happens. I'm not sure of like the voluntary or involuntary aspects of it, but usually, and this is what is called contact theory. The more sort of contact you have with people who are of a different tribe or a different identity, or the more you're going to come together on things over the long term. It's like working together with a team. You might start off being a little bit hesitant, but the more... Here, let me give you my experience. Like, when I grew up as a French Canadian in Canada, the amount of black people I interacted with, I could count on one hand up until the age of 19, when I actually had to go to the city and start work. And boy, was I in for a fucking culture shock. Okay, the first act of Get Out, I basically embarrassed myself to that degree. I was that guy because I had absolutely no idea what it was like for individuals like that to grow up in our society, nor how to act around them or anything like that, which is just treat them like regular normal human beings.
Yeah, some people got that quite. Many people do get that quite confused, as though it's some sort of different person.
But I was implicitly racist just because of my own fucking ignorance. Just because, like, as a French-speaking Canadian, the amount of black people that are also French-speaking Canadians that we have immigrate over here is very, very low.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to sort of
communicate. Europe, you see, of course, has like the French Algerian type kind of thing, all that sort of business. But like Britain, North Africa, Italy and North Africa, Greek and North Africa, I mean, you just have a lot. It's a different history by comparison to the Americas, for example, who theirs is slightly checkered. Ours kind of stops outside of our shores. Inside of our shores, for example, in the UK, the idea of slavery, with the moment you step on British ground, you're no longer a slave. So we decided to keep our slaves outside of England. It's just a different sort of ethic, I suppose. We were able to keep it swept away and kept away.
Commenting on the whole part about empathy being a choice, I remind you, people with autism or Asperger's, not really much of a choice. Not really much of a choice for them. Technically, just because, like I say, a person with a disability like that's not like they're necessarily not trying to be empathetic. It's just a lot of time it is really difficult.
Yeah. that's another aspect that might necessarily need to be explored, like what it's like as there's a lot. I've talked to a lot of people with autism, and there are different sort of degrees and different kind of manifestations. Like some are autistic where it has to do with meaning and intent behind words. So I think one of the people I've been interacting with from Destiny's crowd, Rem, is sort of like that. Like he has problems sort of getting the intent behind somebody's statements, and he wants to sort of clarify that with pinpoint precision before you proceed along. And in the past, I used to sort of misinterpret that as kind of like, what, are you just like fucking with me? But no, like that's an entirely different sort of thing. And I think that's another thing that people are going to necessarily need to start focusing on is having that kind of like.
Well, that's technically what I try to do here a lot of time. Trouble is a lot of people interrupt.
let's say we take the same idea for the movie, and you'd have somebody who's neurotypical, and by that I mean like quote unquote normal without necessarily being mean about it. That's what neurotypical means. So let's say you have somebody who's neurotypical, right? And they were given an experience, a lifetime, as somebody who suffered with autism and went through sort of the hurdles that they necessarily would need to go through in order to be able to interact with members of society and that sort of thing. And then they would come out of it and they'd be neurotypical again. They would have a better understanding of what it means to that. So normally you could have contact where you're sort of talking to somebody, you're sort of sussing them out, and you get a better understanding. But if you live that experience yourself, that's probably the best teacher that we could ever offer. So that's what I kind of want to bring into that whole kind of a movie.
Before you even keep going, I've really got to go. A program I want to watch is about to come on.
All
That's
right.
it.
Take care. But yeah. Anyways, I'm kind of tapped out on things to talk about. Unless you want to go into the what is it? What was that movie that we watched? Wasn't The Awakening, it was The Legend. The Legend. Really terrible fucking movie. Don't watch that. God
Okay.
fucking.
I could very briefly talk about The Last of Us 2, which is getting I think it's on like 3.4 or something like that rating by the user community, even though it's getting like a 9.5 from critics with like 20,000 votes. You know, for context, it's been out for like 2 days, and The Last of Us 1, you know, has, I don't know, 10,000 ratings.
You're still bitter,
and it's been out
aren't
for all those many years.
You're
What?
getting
No,
the
there's no-
PlayStation 4.
There's nothing bitter. Where's the bitterness? What are you talking
I
about?
thought you were talking about Last of Us.
I'm talking about The Last of Us. There's no bitterness here. I'm just this is because of the agenda. You see, all the people who are unhappy with it
Soros
are unhappy. Yes, because well, not Soros. In this case, it's Sarkeesian.
Sarkeesian. She's upset.
Well, she's not, but it's the problem is that no one can explain their problem with the game without somehow linking it back to fucking Sarkeesian, because
So she's
you know,
involved in it somehow, and they just want to know what.
not in any way whatsoever.
Spoilers. The main protagonist gets fucking killed in like the first 5 minutes or some shit like that.
Well, that's one thing. That's some of the fans are upset about. But the thing that's pissing people, I think that's causing people to be upset, is because the main protagonist is a female.
Oh well, I was
be-
just sitting there, kind of going, female lead, isn't it? Female
Who
lead. isn't
happens
it?
to be, it's worse than that, Robin. She happens to be in a lesbian relationship.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
So-
you
so-
can't have this See.
But doesn't that mean that she can look at like another female protagonist in sexual fashion and get away with it?
That is what that means.
Aren't we good?
No, not according to the
happy?
internet. Apparently not.
Oh.
I mean, most people I think who are playing the game are happy, but a certain corner of the internet is definitely very unhappy and appears to be.
So
regaining
heterosexual
place.
men have now got a problem with lesbians on screen.
I mean, I'm a heterosexual man and I don't have a problem with it.
I find lesbians to be quite good on screen.
Yeah, I don't.
My experience of lesbians so far on screen have been rather good, actually. Or is that no? Sorry, maybe it's a different medium.
Can we just like construct lockers for adults and stuff these kids into there? like that's what I feel like fucking doing.
I've got to find that happy medium between accepting that people of LGBT wish to be, seen on screen for others to be able to see it and stuff like that, and I have to, it's my inner centrist. I think it works.
I don't care.
I don't care. You're a disgusting human being.
If it's a good story, I will get behind a fucking, dyke.
I will get behind that lesbian, definitely.
I don't care if she's like, the trans black woman who happens to come from Mars. It's not going to phase the slightest. If you happen to have like a story that's good, I'm going to fucking love it. And that's it. Why do people have to like go to these ridiculous lengths to just go, fucking Joel is dead? You see how they did that? You see how they killed him and they replaced him with a fucking lesbian? Of course they have a fucking agenda.
Of course they do. To be honest with you, they probably do. Because it's pissing them off. This is the thing.
I'm not going to...
This is the thing, guys. This is the thing that everybody doesn't get. Everyone's sitting there kind of going, the fuck your feelings brigade. Those people. And it's like kind of going, you know what, yeah? Do you know what they're not? They're not in control of this computer game. We can really fucking annoy them too. Yeah. It's like anybody who wants to play computer games doesn't give a fuck. They're not going to give a fuck. Those guys are going to give a fuck. Well, we don't want them to play our game anyway. I don't give a shit. Fuck them. I suspect that's probably the attitude here. Look, if you're going to trigger the libs, they're going to want to trigger the classical libs too. I mean, come on, Far Cry 5. You don't think they were sending a little message? Come on. Come on. Be honest.
Wolfenstein. Yeah, it's actually right now. These kids are kind of making the advertising campaign for the game devs.
Yeah. That their tongue is firmly wrapped in their cheek, kind of going, this is going to wind them up so much. I mean, look, this is exactly the same attitude that what was it? That Polish team that did that Hatred. Exactly the same method, exactly the same sort of philosophy here. This is controversy. It works very well. But it's the lefty controversy that just makes the right look like fucking plonkers. That's all. Everyone's playing that game. So yeah, they're both right. Yeah, you're a fucking bigot for fucking thinking that this is a big deal. And yeah, they are doing this to annoy you.
On Twitter right now, Last of Us is sitting at about 200,000 viewers.
Yeah.
The top one is 282,000, which is Counter-Strike Global. And this is a fucking like story game. These are not games that usually get...
A little unfortunate, they are down from the 330-ish thousand viewers that they were at on launch day, but it's a couple of days old, so...
Well, I mean, people have probably seen enough of it and decided to wait for their copy to come in, or they just wanted to take a look at it initially. So you're going to get inflated numbers at the start, but if you want to see
do these guys really sell these HDR textures? Do these guys really sell these HDR textures on here?
What is?
I don't know. I make textures. I'm looking into all kinds of little avenues to get myself some more passive income somehow.
Passive income. Pokimane needs an artist director. He's a streamer. Pretty popular one.
That's not really very passive, is it? I was thinking about making a bunch of textures and then selling them.
Oh. Where is it? There you go. I'll give you the link just in case.
Just seeing what's missing. People have done quite well.
Passive income.
I need to do more stock videography, and now that it's in 4K, but I do need to get a Atomos in order to really be able to sell it on Shutterstock and whatnot.
B-roll? Is there money to be made in B-roll? There's also Fiverr.
Yeah, there's money to be made in that sort of thing. Yeah, people all over the world will want to have pictures of London, video of London, a London street, stuff like that.
You know what I'd like to do if I had to do it all over again? Foley artist.
Foley. You'd like to do Foley for the rest of your life,
That
would
looks like the most fun fucking job in the world. Oh my god, it's like, man, I gotta come up with a sound of some guy's, leg breaking at this like specific moment. So, it looks like that particular joint kind of.
Do you know what? I reckon it's a lot of shopping in Tesco's. I reckon it's a lot of going to the supermarket and getting celery and things like that, and like watermelons and shit. Yeah. You've probably got most of the gear. The rest of it you've got there, like doors and like gravel and crap like that. But yeah, I expect you probably got to go. You got to go for fruit daily. It's like working in a bar.
Before you eat it, you just play with it. You're literally playing with your food. It's like ever since I saw a Foley artist like do the whole like in terms of breaking bones, what they'll do. Or what some of them do, or what this person did, they'll take some pasta, some dried pasta, and they'll put a wet towel around it, like a paper towel, and then they'll just twist it. And it actually sounds like somebody's bone breaking.
Yeah, they use like watermelons a lot for axe hits and things.
Oh, nice.
That seems to be the big thing. Because when you really get in there, it's like you speed it up slightly. But you can actually do quite a lot of sounds from other sounds as well. Just by slowing down and speeding up, you can make the tone just changes completely. Make anything sort of like very small sound very, very large and deep.
And then, as supplementary income, what I'd do is I'd probably start a TikTok account, and I'd just put like Foley sounds to whatever Donald Trump's doing. Like if he's scratching his nose or something like that, just make it really fucking loud.
Do you want to know? Do you know the wonderful thing is if you wanted to listen to some professional Foley, it would be from Pixar. They're very early videos that they came out with.
Huh.
It's a very interesting story with Pixar because they were like a digital studio, but the people that did most of the animation and all that sort of thing were traditionally cell shading artists and things like that.
Oh wow.
And everybody in that particular vein really came from like a cartoonist, that sort of area. They had obviously lots of musical friends, people who understand how to develop film and things like that. And the first ever Pixar sort of thing, you couldn't watch it on a screen, like playing as a video. They simply didn't have the technology available to be able to do that. They had to transfer it to film before you'd actually be able to see it.
Huh.
It's just so adorable when you think about it. They literally had to shine it. They had to shine it as a light on a screen, on a little bit, so it would come up. The only way you could ever see it. They literally had to wait seconds to render it onto film. And then
Foley artist would be what I'd pick. Maybe like
yeah, they did a lot of Foley art using that. So it was the first sort of studio where they'd mixed all of the genres, if you will.
And this is the best thing about being a Foley artist. If you do your job right, nobody notices. It's true.
The thing is, Foley's kind of died a death.
I know.
There's so many sound effect packs now. So many sound effects out there, and you recognize them all now.
Oh god, I can't stand when I'm watching a movie and I hear like a fucking Doom 2 door opening. Like, just
No,
like, come on, guys.
No, it's actually the other way around. id bought a load of sound effects from TV studios. So, like, you know that classic sort of wailing sound effect of the wind going by. It's like, yeah, it's that's actually in loads and loads of 1980s television. So it all came out of there, yeah. This is before, before the golden years in the 2000s where studios actually hired sound technicians to go out and like kind of go, would you like to record every single sound that this particular car makes for a week? And then they go and do it. Yeah, that's changed a lot. They're going into the interesting when it comes to sound now is there's a lot of programming involved now. Well, they're looking to try and make sounds more like an engine sound like an engine. In order for that to actually be faked, it's actually very difficult. But nowadays, especially with RTX and things like that, this is a possibility for them to actually use proper, like you've heard of PBR, okay? Like physically based shaders. So now they're thinking more along physically based sound effects and sounds. So rather than the actual them taking a sample of something, they're taking a sample of its characteristics.
Wow.
So that it will create the sound within the environment itself.
That's insane.
It's kind of nice. So to make it, they've already started this probably about 10 years ago with, obviously when you're doing VSTIs and things like that, they can put quite a bit of processing in there. But they got to be careful. And some of the offline ones they're quite amazing. They'll have like two modes, so you've got a real-time mode, and then obviously the thing that you sort of like finish with. But it's the idea of making brass instruments,
Yeah.
So they sound, flute sounds like a flute. And depending on how it's actually hit, you hit that keyboard a bit too high, and it, it'll just basically just blow a bit too hard for it, and it won't hit the note correctly. It's fucking amazing. So long live that sort of shit,
I'll BRB. I just go to the washroom.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we're probably about 1 o'clock-ish now. You've had enough of me. I've had enough of you. So let's call this a night, shall we? Thanks for stopping by and talking to us about lesbians, Dara. And hopefully we'll keep this going, guys. It's been it's been chaotic. I'm not going to go into details because I really can't be asked to explain myself, and I don't know any of you an explanation. I'll do what I like, thanks.
But yeah, I'll try it and keep this going, and we'll see you next week. Take it easy. Chitty bye.